Field in New York. The New York Mets play the Arizona Diamondbacks. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Keith Hernandez and Ron Darling join me in just a moment as the Mets open a 4-game series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Mets just lost 2 out of 3 to Washington. Now they take on an Arizona team that's been sitting in first place in the National League West since May the 18th. But since taking over first place, they're under 500. It's been kind of a slog in the National League West this year. And right now the D-backs are the best of a bad lot. And Ronnie, not playing very well right now. They've lost 6 of their last 7, and their starters haven't had a win in over 3 weeks.
Well, that's really the problem, is that they're just piecemealing it together. They have not gotten a lot of good starting pitching. They're not hitting like they were before. They're really relying on a couple of big hitters. And the other thing is that they're kind of, Kirk Gibson's crew is kind of the Rodney Dangerfield of this National League West. You thought before the season that the Dodgers had bought the division. You thought the San Francisco Giants could repeat as World Series champions. So there's a lot of teams fighting now in the West.
Well, the one thing the Diamondbacks have had going for them all year has been their slugging first baseman Paul Goldschmidt. He has had an MVP caliber season.
Well, you know what? They signed him to a 5-year contract for $32 million. Boy, what a deal that turned out to be. He's only 25 years old, hitting .306 coming into this series. 6th in runs, 5th in walks. Also has 19 home runs. That's in the top 10 leaders. And leads the National League in RBIs with 67. So, boy, talk about making the right move. And you got a kid that's young like him. The future's all in front of him.
And to face Goldschmidt on the Diamondbacks tonight is Sean Markham, coming off his first win, and a spectacular win at that in Chicago his last time out.
Off the schneid, 8 innings of shutout ball. What was great, he chucked his changeup and went to a split finger, and that made the entire difference. He also kept his pitch count down. That's why he went 8 sharp innings.
On the other side for Arizona, Wade Miley, who had a spectacular rookie year last year, not so much this year.
You know, it's very interesting. Last year he could do no wrong with 16 wins. This year he hasn't gotten left-handed hitters out. Also struggling with his control, something he didn't do last year.
So it's Markham for the Mets and Miley for the Diamondbacks. The Mets and D-backs meeting for the first time in 2013. All the action coming your way tonight right here on SNY.
through July 7th. Get a great deal on a new Elantra at Hyundai's 4th of July sales event. By Modell's, visit Modell's.com and gear up. By Cholula Hot Sauce, the hot sauce with the iconic wooden cap, available in original flavor, chili lime, chili garlic, and chipotle. By your Tri-State Cadillac dealer, visit CadillacTristate.com to search local offers and to find a dealer near you. And by Geico. MLB.tv is celebrating 11 years. Join the millions of fans and subscribe today. Watch every out-of-market game live online on your favorite mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.tv Premium. Visit MLB.tv today. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Drive around the majors presented by Cadillac. Jose Reyes homered Saturday, homered again today. Helped R.A. Dickey to his 8th win as the Jays beat the Tigers 8-3. Bryce Harper back from the DL tonight as the Nationals take on the Brewers after Harper was out for more than a month. And Alex Rodriguez cleared to begin a rehab assignment in Charleston, South Carolina. Get your tickets now. Sean Markham making his way in from the bullpen, trying to make it back-to-back victories after a nearly 3-month drought. Mets and D-backs first pitch coming right up. You know you're good. Now find out how good. LIU Brooklyn, find out how good you really are. Well, even third base coaches need to practice. Matt Williams, the Diamondbacks third base coach, working on his signs, holding his coaching staff in rapt attention.
See, when he rubs down that right arm, though, that's to wipe off. So whatever sign he gives, he goes down that right arm, that wipes it off and starts a new one.
Where are the players? Shouldn't they be there watching?
Well, at least the coaches know the signs. Look at Gibby. Gibby back here. Rapt attention. That is great.
Steve Saxon, just don't make me throw it. Here's your Hyundai Arizona Diamondbacks starting lineup. Paul Goldschmidt, who's having a terrific year, leading the National League in RBIs, hitting third. Gerardo Parra has had a good year as well. Aaron Hill recently back from the DL. Eric Chavez getting a start today. Martin Prado not in the lineup. He's been playing virtually every day for the Diamondbacks, who are 5th in the National League in runs scored.
Well, you can see the numbers for Sean Markham this season, Jaguar numbers, but you know, his numbers on his career are fantastic. 58 and 45 in his career, an ERA of 3.85, 160th start as a major leaguer today.
Boy, I tell you what, the two relief appearances put him in the bullpen. The Lexus Med defense, Quintanilla has really played outstanding at shortstop since taking over that position. Of course, Young has added speed. He's in left field. Lagares back in center. Bird in right. Satin at first base again. He's playing all the time. He's been getting his hits. He's doing a nice job.
Gerardo Parra will lead things off. Parra, who has taken over as an everyday player, really for the first time in his career. He's a guy who's been a part-time player and a good one the last few years, but given an opportunity this year with the injury to their supposed starting center fielder Adam Eaton, who's been out all year, and Parra has responded, hitting .301, 24 doubles, second in the National League. Just 26 years old. Sean Markham's first pitch of the night is on the way and is pulled down to first base, handled by Josh Satin. One pitch and one out for Sean Markham. And that is something that Markham wants more of.
First pitch outs, early in the count outs, ground ball outs.
It's something that really he has done throughout his career, but had been difficult for him for much of the season. It seemed to start to come to him in that game in Chicago.
He's one of those pitchers that he has 4 or 5 pitches, but he doesn't want you to see them in every at bat.
Aaron Hill hits number 2 in the order. He missed 2 months with a broken left hand, just got back last week, and he takes a strike. Hill had a tremendous year for the Diamondbacks last year. Hit over 300, 26 homers, 85 RBIs, rewarded with a new 3-year, $35 million contract. And he takes the curveball outside, 1-1.
That seems to be the new trend. And if you're a player, from the player's perspective, you're a young player and they're offering you $32 million. How can you say no after one good season?
1-2 to Hill with Paul Goldschmidt waiting on deck. Aaron Hill's had just 56 at bats this year. So it is a big re-addition to that Arizona lineup. And he gets hit by the pitch. Breaking ball that didn't break. And Hill will go to first base. 4th batter that Sean Markham has hit this year.
It's supposed to be a slider away. Looks. You know what? I might take it back. He's thrown a lot of split fingers. That might be the split finger changeup that worked so well for him against the Chicago White Sox.
I mean, it was such a stunning revelation after the game in Chicago that he had ditched his changeup, which is one of his prime pitches, in the bullpen before the game. Had never thrown a split in a game before. He used it instead of his changeup and had a lot of success with it. So now we'll face Goldschmidt, who's just having a spectacular year. His 2nd full season in the major leagues. .306, 19 home runs, and leads the league with 67 runs batted in. Just 25 years old, and takes a fastball for a strike. 9th in the league in on-base percentage, 4th in slugging percentage. He is having himself an MVP caliber year.
A breakout season.
Next home run will equal his amount from last season.
And he is a classic example. Goldschmidt is of a player whom they've identified as part of their future, giving him a 5-year, $32 million deal that kicks in next year. Not even eligible for arbitration yet. Kind of like what the Mets did with John Neese.
Very peculiar way his stance, the way he positions his bat. A very peculiar practice swing, too. Who was the guy that swung like that?
Jason Hayward does that also.
And Michael Morris. Remember
Michael Morris?
Yeah, the big leg turn.
Look how he almost points the bat downward. Boy, oh boy. He does point it down, but he brings it up. That's just he's got to bring it up. He brings it up before the pitcher releases the ball. It's not even very much into his motion, so I was going to say it's a long way to come around to get this squared up, but obviously he's squaring it up.
Do you think it relieves some of the tension? You see that Matt Williams giving some signs, and he's trying to get him from Buster Posey does the same thing with his bat before he puts it in position.
I think it's very interesting that Goldschmidt couldn't get the signs from Williams, who was practicing them in the dugout before. So Don Dell with the bench coach, and Goldschmidt hits one a long way to center. Back goes Lagares for a look, but that ball is out of here. 20th home run of the year for Paul Goldschmidt, a 2-run shot that gets the Diamondbacks off to a flying start. So Goldschmidt's spectacular year continues. His first at bat in this series, he hits a 2-run bomb to make it 2-0 Arizona.
I guess that was the right sign by Williams.
He hit the ball 420 feet sign.
That is out in the old ballpark. Oh boy, fastball, belt high, too much plate, quick bat. This is into the seats, so that's a bomb. Is there an echo in here?
By the way, you guys saw a lot of this yesterday, so disturbing trend.
Here's Miguel Montero. He's always been a thorn in the Mets side. He finally got a day off yesterday. He had caught 21 straight games.
Well, we'll take another look at it here. Gosh, he just turned.
Well, even in his worst moments this year, Markham's done a pretty good job of keeping the ball in the ballpark, but not too many have done that against Goldschmidt. There's the slow curve from Markham, a pitcher rarely see. 0-2.
Montero, after the end of May, was hit on the interstate, hitting around $185, and he's kind of brought it up a bit. Had a good June.
He's got a long way to go to reach his standards. Last year had a .391 on base percentage for the year. This year at .310. He's a guy they signed to a long-term deal.
And talking to their people, that the coaches for Arizona, they said that he became pull happy, became home run happy, and when he first came up, he had tremendous power to left center field.
Now wait a second, didn't we say the exact same words a few weeks ago about Brian McCann? Fly ball to left center, playable for Young or Lagares, and Young grabs it for the second out.
We did, and yesterday's ball game, McCann for the first time hit a home run to left center field, so maybe both catchers catching on that the whole field is a better way for them to get a good average.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now the veteran Cody Ross. Ross sitting at .256. Spent last year in Boston where he hit 22 home runs and drove in 81 runs, not having the same kind of year.
And Cody Ross is a nice player. Let me tell you, he's had a nice career with that Giant team that was on the World Series. It was a big part of that.
Of course, the Mets saw a lot of him in the early portion of his career with the Marlins, but he was a piece of legendary postseason history in 2010 with that Giants team. There's another slow curve for a strike from Markham.
I mean, in that postseason, you see they signed as a free agent. In that postseason, Halladay pitched a no-hitter in his first start, and when he faced the Giants and Cody Ross, Cody took him deep twice.
By the way, speaking of home runs, we mentioned Bryce Harper back from the DL. Home run his first time up tonight.
That'd be his 13th, correct?
How about that?
That's all Jordan Zimmerman might need, the way he pitches at home.
Well, we were talking all weekend about the fact that the Nationals would be a better offensive team with Harper. They didn't have much trouble yesterday, but the way they had been struggling offensively, that's going to be a huge boost for them. 3-1 to Ross with Eric Chavez on deck. And he chases the slider out of the strike zone. 3-2.
Harper has the talent. He has the go get him. Good slider here by Markham, and he has a sense of theater, doesn't he?
He's got that Pete Rose kind of mentality.
And he hit the home run off a pretty good pitcher in Giovanni Gallardo of the Brewers. That curveball sits high for ball 4, so Markham issues a 2-out walk. So a hit batsman, a home run, now a walk to Ross. And Eric Chavez will get a turn. Chavez recently back off the DL. He had an intercostal strain. Returned on Friday. He's had a very good year in a part-time role with Arizona after playing the last 2 years with the Yankees. So Markham, after a spotless outing in Chicago his last time up, finding trouble in the first inning tonight. And now the veteran Chavez takes a strike at the knees. 0-1. Eric now 35 years old, had glory days in Oakland before back trouble caught up with him.
He had a nice year for the Yankees last year too, in a limited role.
6-time Gold Glove Award winner in the American League.
He's had back issues, right?
He's had a number of injuries.
Buck sets up outside. And Chavez pulls one into right for a base hit. Ross goes to second, and he'll stop there as Bird throws in behind him. So, second hit of the inning for the Diamondbacks.
This is supposed to be a changeup away, I believe. Yes, it is. And it just kind of spins in the middle of the plate.
You know what I'm fearful of is that Markham went to the split finger and had it working the first time. It's like you change your golf swing and you go out and play 18 holes and you go, I got it, and you go out the next day and you're shanking.
Might have to go back to the other changeup. I know what you're saying, though. Yeah.
Here's A.J. Pollock. First round pick by the Diamondbacks out of Notre Dame in 09. Very speedy right hand batter. 2 out and 2 on. And Pollock takes a leather high strike.
Well, it's interesting, reaction by Markham after he threw that pitch, almost like he hurt himself.
He looked a couple of pitches ago as though there was something bothering him.
Watch him throw the ball and turn immediately away. When you throw a strike, you watch it go in there.
He winced a little bit as he raised that left arm. Ball and a strike to Pollock.
Well, if we're seeing it up here, I'm sure that the Mets bench is seeing it also.
Well, the Mets already have a starting pitcher on the disabled list. John Neese out with shoulder tendonitis and waiting for a new MRI to be done Thursday to find out whether that small tear in his rotator cuff is going to have to be repaired surgically. And that's grabbed by Quintanilla, and they get the force to end the inning. But the Diamondbacks off to a fast start. The guy who's been leading them all year, Paul Goldschmidt. RBIs number 68 and 69 to lead the league. His 20th home run puts the D-backs up 2-0. For tonight, Eric Young right on top of that order as usual. Josh Satin has been hitting. David Wright in a good groove right now. Mets trying to put together some offense. Already down 2-0. Now facing the left-hander Wade Miley.
Well, finished second in the Rookie of the Year voting. We were just talking about Bryce Harper. To Bryce Harper, his Toyota numbers. Big number is the walk. 32 this year. He had 37 in all of last season in 194 innings when he won 16 games.
Last year gave up only 14 home runs all year. Has already given up 13 in half the season this year. So you can see it's been a very different year for Miley. And he misses low with the fastball 2-0. And, you know, in retrospect, you think about that Cy Young balloting last year and you think, well, Bryce Harper won and Miley was a distant second. He wasn't. He was a very close second. That's how good a year he had. Harper got 16 first place votes and Miley got 12.
He said the only difference for him is that he hasn't been throwing his fastball that much. I talked about his control.
Young pushing a bunt foul, 2-2.
He's that kind of pitcher. He's the kind of guy that comes right after you and is going to make you put the ball in play. Low pitch counts. That's his game usually.
And he works fast. Daniel Murphy on deck. David Wright behind him. The last time the Mets faced Miley, it was July 26th of last year. Memorable night because it was Matt Harvey's major league debut in Arizona, and Miley was the pitcher on the other side. 3-2 to Young, who had an 8-game hitting streak stopped yesterday, but still hitting .319 in his 11 games as a Met. Eric's dad used to coach on this Arizona staff. He was their first base coach for 3 years before this season. And that's outside, ball 4. So this is you talking about, Ronnie. Miley, who didn't walk anybody last year, walks the leadoff bat.
And the Diamondback defense will show you, brought to you by Coors Light. And they have been playing very good defense. I thought that's a stat right there. The errors are, you could kind of get a feel for how a team is playing as a group. You don't make a lot of errors. You're making all the plays. So 37 errors is outstanding.
They've got a Gold Glover in right field in Parra. They've got a 6-time Gold Glover at third base tonight in Chavez. And the shortstop, Gregorius, has as good an arm as any shortstop in the league. Here's Daniel Murphy, 5-game hitting streak, and Young gets picked off. And Goldschmidt slaps the tag, and Young is claiming it was a balk. Young's over at the first base umpire and Bruce Dreckman to argue about it.
Young is saying he crossed his knee to the other side and then went home. That's a balk. Does his right knee cross his left knee before he goes to first?
I don't know. It's a tough angle there. Here we go.
Let's see this way. If that right knee goes past the left knee, then he's got to go home. Well,
that's very close. It's close. Oh boy, that's the worst guy I ever saw get picked off was George Foster in St. Louis. Ricky Horton.
Murphy bounces one over the mound and Gregorius in to sweep it up, and that's the second out.
Sorry, George, but
that was worse than that.
It was. They were holding George on first base. Ricky Horton had the great move, and he threw the ball over to the first baseman Jack Clark. And George didn't move. He didn't know that Jack had the ball. And Jack was like sitting there and finally tagged him out. I know that George will remember that. Just all in good fun, George. You're adding to the broadcast today. Thank you.
Everybody wants to contribute. Here's David Wright with 2 out and nobody on, fresh off his bobblehead day yesterday. David had a double and a walk in 3 plate appearances, and the only time he was retired it was on a nice play by his buddy Ryan Zimmerman against him. And he takes away from Miley, ball 1. Mets have faced Miley twice before in his rookie season last year, and they hit him pretty hard both times. 0-1, 5.56 in those 2 starts in an otherwise spectacular rookie season for Miley. And it was a very strong year for rookies in the National League, and Harper wound up the winner. But I mean, Willie Rosario had a great year, and Todd Frazier pulled toward the hole, and Wright had the base hit. So the Mets have their first hit of the night.
You're right, Gary. I didn't know it was that close. Wow.
112 votes to 105 in the point totals. So, you know, Harper goes down as the rookie of the year, and rightly so. But all those guys had very, very good rookie years. And it's unusual to have that strong a rookie crop in one year.
A lot of times in the rookie of the year voting, if you have a strong one in the East and a strong one on the West, you get a lot of the West Coast writers will vote for the West Coast player.
Figuring those guys don't get as much attention from the people back East.
So, Gary, I must ask you a question. There was, when I was growing up as a kid, growing up in the West Coast, it was always, we always felt that the New York writers held sway, a strong influence over awards voting. Was that true?
Every city in the league gets 2 votes.
I understand.
So it's more like the Senate than the House. Bird cracks one to left center field for a base hit. Ross picks it up quickly, so Wright has to stop at second. So back-to-back two-out hits for Wright and Bird. And the Mets have the tying runs on base against Miley.
Well, very quick inside here. Fastball in, not in enough, but Marlin still at 35, as I said, has the bat speed. No stride. Look at that. No momentum. No going. That's how strong he is to be hitting this many home runs this year. And he's hardly any take back.
So now Josh Satin, who's been red hot with the bat. He's hit in 6 straight. He's reached base in 11 straight. His on base percentage is a gaudy .500. And he'll bat here with first and second and 2 out. Mets have been facing an amazing skein of left-handers, and another one tonight, another one tomorrow at Patrick Corbin. So Satin getting all the playing time at first base, and he takes a strike. Off-speed pitch misses, 1-1. Well, there's the once and future first baseman for the Mets and what he's done down in Las Vegas. He bounced back after his ejection on Saturday night.
So he's getting a lot of walks. Frustration, right?
Well, he had 4 of those home runs in a 2-day span. But I think the walks are telling, aren't they, Keith? Just the fact that he's not swinging at pitches out of the
strike. They're telling, but I didn't like the 14 strikeouts over the 18 games. He's still striking out, so that's something that they're considering when they were watching him down there. I'm sure Wally Backman keeping a sharp, close eye on Ike.
Well, the Mets will start facing right-handers on Wednesday, and then certainly the clock will begin ticking on when Ike will be coming back. Satin gets crowded, and it's a strike. 2-2. Mike Everett, the home plate umpire.
Mike Everett is a good home plate umpire, but he's a low ball umpire. Likes the ball down in the strike zone.
Bruce Dreckman at first. Our first look at Quinn Walcott, a rookie umpire at second, and Tim Welke, the crew chief, at third. 2-2 to Satin. And he takes one the other way down the right field line, slicing, foul. Didn't miss an extra base hit by much.
Seen that a lot from Satin, haven't we, since he's been up? Said he has that ability to take that pitch probably middle of the plate in and kind of slice it to right field.
Got the leg kick. This is right down the middle. He's got a good eye at the plate, Ron. He's a tough strikeout. That's just not a good pitch, and that's a pitch that the hitters are going to wear out. But Josh has been doing terrific.
Two out, 2 on, 2-2 to Satin. And Miley misses low and inside. Dials it up to 94. But he runs the count full. John Buck would be next.
Charles Nagy, their pitching coach.
I played with Charles in Cleveland.
Good man.
Good guy.
This is an all-star laden coaching staff in the Diamondbacks.
This is a big league coaching staff.
You got an MVP in Don Baylor. You got Matt Williams, who was a big star. You got Steve Sachs, who was
Rookie of the Year.
Was Donnie Baylor.
Gibson was an MVP, the manager.
Steve Sachs.
129 wins from Charles Nagy in his career.
Got Alan Trammell on that staff, a borderline Hall of Fame.
There's Matt.
There's Matt Williams. 3-2, runners go, and it's low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Second walk of the inning issued by Miley. Boy, how big does that pickoff look right now? And of course, Kirk Gibson, who was an MVP in 1988. Some of the credentials of the Diamondbacks and their coaching staff.
Well, that's how it used to be, you know, in the old days.
Well, Steve Sachs was part of the Dodgers that won the Rookie of the Year every single year, right?
Well, they had a stretch of 5 in a row. And they also had a stretch of 4 in a row, the Dodgers did.
It was Sutcliffe in 79, Steve Howe in 80, Fernando in 81, Sachs, I believe, in 82.
And then later they had 5 in a row with Karros and Piazza and Nomo and Todd Hollinsworth. So they owned that award. Raul Mondesi was in that group, too. Bases loaded, 2 out. Here's Buck, who had a 2-run homer in the 9th inning yesterday, which which represented the only Mets scoring in a 13-2 loss. Now a much bigger spot in the opening inning.
We don't usually show it in the first inning, but Cody Ross has an outstanding arm in left. Parra's got the best arm of all the outfielders in right field, 9 outfield assists, and Pollock probably the quickest outfielder of the 3.
Buck fouls back to fastball, and Miley quickly ahead of him 0-2. John now with 13 home runs, 39 driven in. You see his career numbers with the bases loaded, 5 grand slams, including one on opening day against Mike Pelfrey a couple of years ago. So Miley trying to get out of a jam, ahead 0-2, and Buck reaches for that fastball and fouls it back.
Well, I'll tell you what, Miley, you're right. He just throwing nothing but fastball, and he strays a string.
Well, he's thrown his fastball 72% of the time this year. Certainly at least that here in the first inning. Wright, Bird, and Satin, the base runners. Again, the 0-2, and Buck fouls back another fastball. Keith, how would you differentiate the pitching style of Wade Miley, what we saw yesterday from Gio Gonzalez?
Oh, totally different. This works very rapid and quick motion, where Gio is very fluid and really mixed up his pitches. I mean, it's night and day.
Old foul, off-speed pitch.
I think that Gio is a more fully evolved kind of pitcher. He's a guy out there that's, every pitch is interrelated with the next pitch he's going to throw. To me, Miley throws a little bit like if you brought in a specialty lefty in the 8th to get a guy out. He's just rearing back and firing.
It reminds me a little bit of Hrabosky, Al Hrabosky, that quick hurry motion home.
26th pitch of the inning coming up, and he throws the changeup and missed with it. 1-2 to Buck.
The changeup he is telegraphing just a little bit. In your second season, sometimes that is something that gets around the league. Changeup, just slows it down just enough.
Buck flares one foul.
Real good hitters see that. You know what else a pitcher do, Keith and Garrett? I know you know this, Keith. They will rush their motion on a changeup, and just by rushing it, it lets you know that they're going to throw a changeup. They're trying to show you that I'm really going to come after you with a fastball, but with that rushing, it lets you know they're coming with a changeup.
Like Bugs Bunny.
There you go.
Have to put it in terms I can relate to.
And he had a high ERA.
It's the 1-2. Strike 3 call, and Buck did not think so at all. Mike Everett on a pitch that might have been low, it might have been inside.
Low.
Said it was neither.
I think it's low. Had the plate? Yes, it did, but it was low.
That takes the Mets out of their inning. 2-0 Diamondbacks after 1. Hands on hips, just trying to ignore Mike Everett, who just called him out on strikes.
That's always a delicate thing, isn't it? You're just standing next to each other, and you want to say something, but you can't because you want to make sure that your pitcher, I guess, gets that pitch.
D.D. Gregorius, the number 8 hitter, leads off against Sean Markham in the second. Well, the Cincinnati Reds had to make a decision. They had 2 talented young shortstops, one in the major leagues and one ready for the major leagues. Zach Cozart, who's about 4 years older, and D.D. Gregorius. They traded Gregorius, kept Cozart. They might have chosen wrong. Gregorius off to a spectacular start. He's cooled down a little bit since the first 2 months of the season, but he's hitting .286, .348 on base percentage, great defense. And the curveball hit into right field, a base hit. So Gregorius leads off in the second with a base hit, the third off mark.
And with that being said, we all like Cozart a lot.
Yeah, but he really hasn't improved.
Yes.
And Gregorius has been a much better player.
This kid has an upside.
Well, he grew up playing alongside Andrelton Simmons. Now, Simmons was so good that Gregorius had to play second base in Curacao.
And Jurickson Profar played with him also.
David Wright aggressively in at third base. Obvious bunt situation here with the pitcher up.
Miley has 3 hits, including a home run this year, 4 sacrifices.
Good call.
Miley trying to confuse matters, but gets the bunt down. 1-3 on the sacrifice, and that moves Gregorius to second.
He does what the St. Louis Cardinals did a couple seasons ago. They show bunt early, then they take it back like they're going to hit, and then they bunt again. I don't think it confuses anyone.
Well, the first baseman has to. I don't know why Satton's not charging. I think that's Josh's inexperience at first. He's got to charge. But with David down Miley's throat there in the third base line, he pretty much forced Miley to bunt down the first base line. Nice bunt.
So a runner in scoring position for Gerardo Parra, who swung at the first pitch of the game and grounded out to Satton at first. And that slow curve sits high, ball 1, and Markham has made prolific use of that slow curve today.
Something that's bothering him. He's shaking his arm out. He's kind of doing different gyrations on the mound. He's had neck problems, elbow problems, shoulder problems, just about everything you could have. So it's hard to pinpoint what's uncomfortable so far.
Neck problems in spring training this year, then biceps tendonitis, which slowed down the start of his year. He can't feel that ground ball, but Murphy does. The quick toss, and in time to get Parra for the second out. As Gregorius goes over to third. And Murphy had to hurry against Parra's speed.
Keith, I think with more experience, Murph will take this ground ball on the run and do that underhand throw while running, as opposed to breaking down, because he makes it awfully close at first base.
He does, or I don't mind him, Ron, getting set, but charge in harder.
There you go.
But Murph's, I think, has done a good job at second base over the last couple of years.
Now Aaron Hill, who was hit by a pitch and scored in front of Goldschmidt's home run in the first. Takes the slider off the plate for ball 1.
This is a huge out. The tough game yesterday, down behind early in the game here. Don't want this to get out of control.
Popped up in foul ground. Satton hoping for a play, and it's in the dugout.
Well, I don't think that 2 runs is going to be enough today with the way what I've seen of Miley in the first inning, and he's been getting lit up evidently. They say his ERA is every bit. He's earned it. He's had a real tough time this year.
Well, he hasn't been alone. The Diamondbacks starting pitching has been their huge Achilles heel. They've had one tremendous starter in Patrick Corbin, who the Mets will see tomorrow night. 9-0, 2.2 ERA, but the rest of the staff has really struggled. Popped up. Cut back comes Buck. But that ball will sail out of play. 1-2 to Hill.
Their bullpen has been hot and cold, too.
Well, they lost their closer, J.J. Putz. He just got back from the disabled list over the weekend. That certainly helps them. But there's their rotation, and you see it. Other than Corbin, everybody's ERA is over 4.
If you include all the starters, other than Corbin, they're 13 and 28 as a group. Guys that have started games for Kirk Gibson.
Now the curveball laced into left field, a run-scoring hit for Aaron Hill. Trotting in is Gregorius, and it's 3-0 Arizona. So Markham ahead on the count, and again throwing that slow curveball, which we hadn't seen him throw nearly as much in the past.
Well, Hill's got a slider bat speed, looks like to me, and he just kind of helped him out there by throwing an off-speed pitch to catch up to it.
Those numbers, you can't exist at this level with that kind of average with runners in scoring position. It just doesn't work.
It's been one of the real keys to Markham's season. Here's Goldschmidt, who hit the long 2-run homer his first time up, and he takes a strike. And again, Markham, after delivering that ball, turning his back, looking like something's bothering him.
Yeah, and he just kind of touched his back like it's you know, he just, see, all those movements let you know as a coach or someone on the bench that something's wrong.
And they're not coming to visit him. Clearly they know there's something wrong, and that he's kept them advised about it. There's no reason to go out and visit him in the middle of an inning unless he asked for them to visit. Goldschmidt hit his 20th home run in the first inning, matching his career high from last year. And he takes outside 1-1. Well, you talked about the runners in scoring position number for Markham, and that is key because, you know, most of his other numbers, his walks are not bad. 2.3 walks per 9 innings. Strikeouts not bad. 7.4 per 9. He's only given up 6 home runs now with the one that Goldschmidt hit in the first. So those peripheral numbers are good, but situationally he's gotten hammered.
You know, the whip, walks and hits per innings pitched. For the elite pitchers, it's a little over 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. But for pitchers like Markham, they're going to have runners on base. It just happens. They're going to give up 7, 8, 9 hits in a ball game. So what they do with runners in scoring position really is their main strength.
And the other piece for him is before the start in Chicago, he had gotten only 3 double plays in 11 starts. He's got to get more double plays than that. He got 2 double plays in his 8 scoreless innings against the White Sox, and that was key for him. 2-1 to Goldschmidt with Miguel Montero on deck.
Young man, for a power hitter, for a slugger, has a pretty simple approach and swing, doesn't he? It's a pretty quick swing. It's not one of those long swings that you see. What do you think, Keith?
He's got him. He gets the head. He gets the barrel there. He's spread out like so many hitters today for balance. I don't like being so widespread, but the hitters today, it's what it works for them. It's being taught at a young age, I got to assume.
And Markham strikes him out with a cutter to retire the side. His first strikeout of the night. Diamondbacks tack on a run on Hill's 2-out RBI hit. 3-0 Arizona as we go to the bottom of the second. All-Star Gnome, presented by Pepsi. The first 25,000 fans attending the 110 game against the Diamondbacks will receive an All-Star Gnome. Get to Mets.com for tickets. I always feel like I have to spell it. Juan Lagares rips one down the left field line, and he's got himself an extra base hit. Lagares into second base with his 9th double of the year, and the Mets get the leadoff man on in the second.
Well, Lagares getting us a chance to play here. Pulls one into the corner.
What I like, Keith, maybe he was paying attention on the bench, noticing that Miley's just thrown so many fastballs. Don't work the count. Come out and swing at that first pitch.
I'm a proponent of that.
It's interesting you talk about working the count because, you know, another month has passed us by. The month of June. Major League Baseball averaged 14.86 strikeouts per game. And we've been talking about this all year, and it continues the trend as Omar Quintanilla steps in, hitting at .238. The last 10 complete baseball months are the 10 highest strikeout months in the 138-year history of Major League Baseball.
How's that taking pitches working for you?
So I'll say that again. The last 10 months, last 10 complete months of baseball have been the highest strikeout months in 138 years of Major League history. Now, the interesting thing about it is that as the strikeout rate has gone up, the walk rate has gone down. So the net result of all these players taking all these pitches, trying to work counts and draw walks and get pitchers out of the game, is they're striking out more than ever before, but they're walking less. Quintanilla takes inside. In fact, in June, as you look at the Coors Light Cold Hard Fact, there were 2.63 strikeouts for every walk, the highest ratio for any month in modern baseball history. So I say that only by way of explanation as Quintanilla finds the hole. And Lagares goes to third, and the Mets in business, first and third, and nobody out. You know, everybody seems to be working off a similar blueprint these days for how you win games. And the question is it working? And those numbers would seem to indicate that maybe it's not working.
Well, when you give a number that it's 2.69 every strikeout to walk, my generation of player, if you were a starting pitcher and you had that number, that was tremendous, Gary. Now you see guys like Adam Wainwright that are almost 10-1 with strikeouts to walks. That was a number that only relievers could aspire to, never a starter. Saberhagen kind of numbers.
Markham trying to push a bunt and fouls it off.
Well, we saw the Cardinals, who were no longer in first place, but one of the upper echelon ball clubs, and how their approach offensively was, Gary. And they're attacking first ball. You get a good pitch hit the first time up. I mean, not the first time up. First pitch fastball or a hanging curve, jump on it.
Well, I think it goes back to what I would refer to as reverse engineering. There is no question that high on base percentages lead to runs. That is not in question. The question is if you can take a player who's inclined to approach his at bats in a certain way, as Markham gets the bunt down. Lagares is held at third, so that advances Quintanilla. Can you take a player who has a certain hitting style and try and reverse engineer him into a player who takes more pitches and make him a more effective offensive player that way? And I think that that's the open question that we're talking about here.
And Ronnie made the point. I think it's defensive in nature. You've got to be offensive in this game. You've got to be positive, aggressive.
Working the count, to me, seems to be a passive phrase. Attacking your pitch, to me, it seems to be. And that could come on the sixth pitch, but it also could come on the first.
Two in scoring position for Eric Young. And squaring to bunt, which I can only imagine he was taking the first pitch all the way, not intending to bunt in that spot.
I think he wants to draw the corner infielders in. I mean, clearly with a 3-0 lead, Arizona is going to concede. And you can see now Goldschmidt's got to respect that with the left-hand pitcher out there. That gives him more of a hole, and actually really he's taken away the hole. It gives him more of the line down the right field line. That's
I mean, if we all agree that Miguel Cabrera is the best hitter in baseball, can we agree on that? Miguel
Yes.
Cabrera is the best hitter in baseball. His description of hitting is, I go to the plate to hit, and I have 3 strikes. Sometimes the best pitch I'll get to hit will be the first pitch.
Inside, Montero looking Lagares back. Well, the other thing about it is if you look at the raw numbers, and this has been the case forever,
Yeah.
the batting average on the first pitch is always over 300. That when the first pitch is put in play, this year the Mets are hitting 324 when they hit the first pitch. Their overall team average is 229. With a triple or foul, 2-2. So sometimes that first pitch is the best pitch.
Yes. You got the Triple Crown winner that made the comment that it might be the best pitch I'll see the whole game.
I think Goldschmidt at first base was all right when he had the threat of about 2 strikes.
He's got to move back unless they're telling him to. I can't believe that. Wouldn't there be the coaches and the staff telling him to go back, move back, move back?
There's no reason to be that shallow.
No, you concede the run here.
Maybe their defensive plan, I'm just assuming, for Kirk Gibson could be on the offside. We're going to play the first baseman in case there's a ground ball. Lagares won't score. If he plays back, then he will score. Maybe that's their defensive philosophy.
But you're opening up the possibility of a big inning with a 3-run lead. Doesn't matter here because Young goes down on the breaking ball, and Miley has his second strikeout.
Well, the down curve slider chases.
That happened to be his best slider so far.
And that's what I've seen from Eric, who's been just terrific. He has a little trouble with that little down tilting breaking ball from the right side. But he's been fabulous for the Mets thus far.
Well, the Mets left 3 runners aboard in the first inning. They've got second and third and 2 out in the second. Daniel Murphy takes a strike. Murphy bounced to short his first time up. By the way, just to wrap up that discussion, Miguel Cabrera, when he hits the first pitch, sitting 481.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I mean,
So I guess he's right.
That's the toppest of the food chain.
Well, he hits pretty well on all those other pitches, too. When he is hitting 370.
You know, he's got. It's going to be very hard for anybody to catch him for another batting title. He's leading by over 40 points. Jeez, it's going to be very difficult.
Miley, who was able to tiptoe out of trouble in the first, on the verge of doing the same here in the second. Murphy gets tied in knot, but it's inside, 1-2. David Wright waits on deck. Mets have already had 4 hits and 2 walks through their first 10 batters, but no runs. And Murph tries to hold and does. Tim Wilkie with the call, 2-2.
Well, we've seen Murph with 2 strikes. These pitchers trying to dip-de-doo him with breaking stuff, and that's not the way to get Murph out. Although Murph was completely fooled there. You've got to establish, and like any good hitter, you've got to establish in.
And he foul tips it. Montero holds it. And Miley is out of trouble again. Mets at first and third and nobody out, and they do not score. 3-0 D-backs. from Prescott, Arizona, who lost their lives in the Yarnell, Arizona fire yesterday. And all over Major League Baseball, moments of silence held before games tonight to honor the memory of those 19 heroes. You can see the jerseys hanging in the dugout in their honor. Miguel Montero leads off in the third inning and takes a strike from Sean Markham. Montero flying to left his first time up. It'll be Montero, then Cody Ross, and Eric Chavez for the D-backs, who've lost 6 of their last 7 and yet sit atop the National League West, just 3 games over 500.
What they've done with the play of San Diego, who started 5-15, and the hot Los Angeles Dodgers, what they've done is everyone else is in play now in the National League West.
Well, the Dodgers are still in last place, but they're only 4 games out of first now after falling well behind. And of course, they have been fueled in part by the play of their sensational rookie Yasiel Puig, who in his first month in the big leagues,
amazing,
44 hits, most hits for a player in his first month in the big leagues since Joe DiMaggio. 2-2 to Montero. So let me ask you guys, because it certainly has been a question around baseball as you look at the Dodgers sitting at the bottom but only 4 games out. Puig didn't get to the big leagues till June.
Yeah.
Should he go to the All-Star game?
No, I don't think he's there long enough.
Well, think about it this way. He'll have played less than or just around 40 games before the All-Star game. Last year, Harper and Trout made the game. They came up on April 28th at about 65, 66 games. I'm going to agree with Keith. It's not a big enough window, and he's not going to be voted in. Well, I don't think he will be.
You know, I said the same as you did about Strasburg when he came up, with the same question came up, and he had made like he was going to make 4 or 5 starts before the All-Star game. But in this particular case, who's been a better player for the Dodgers? Who could better represent them in the All-Star game?
You know, you run into numbers all the time in the All-Star game. There are going to be a lot of players that are fantastic that are not going to make the All-Star game. Freddie Freeman for the Atlanta Braves might not make the All-Star team.
Well, how about the American League third base contingent? There are about 6 guys who absolutely have to make the team, but they can't all make.
That's right.
I mean, think about it. You've got Miguel Cabrera, Evan Longoria, Adrian Beltre, the kid in Oakland, Josh Donaldson.
That's why I say, personally, that's why I say he doesn't make the team, because there are so many deserving players that are not going to get on it anyways. And if he is the player that Trout and Harper that he's going to be for years to come, he'll make a few All-Star teams.
8th pitch of the at-bat, and Montero takes it wide, ball 4. So a leadoff base runner for the 2nd straight inning against Markham. By the way, Manny Machado also in that American base conversation.
But I will say that, and I don't know even the rule. I should know the rule, but I don't know the rule. I would absolutely have him in the home run derby contest. Why not that?
Here's again, I'll go back to this. Every team has to be represented, so sometimes you get players who don't necessarily deserve an All-Star berth, but they get it because they're the lone representative from their team. Isn't Yasiel Puig more apt an All-Star pick than some of those guys?
Absolutely.
If he's the only Dodger picked.
Absolutely, because I think Kershaw's going to be the All-Star pick personally.
So that'll be their pitcher. The pitcher will be the representative. Absolutely.
But I agree with you, Gary, especially with the rule that whoever wins, that's the home team for the World Series. You could have a guy that gets picked on the team, is not deserving to be on the team, but because he's the lone representative, he could pitch in the 9th, give up the home run for the team to win, and that is the reason that team will have home field advantage in the World Series. That doesn't seem fair to me.
No. Well, there's a lot about that that doesn't make any sense.
We only have 8 more innings here somewhere.
Montero at first and nobody out. Cody Ross walked his first time on. Markham ahead of him this time 0-2. Breaks his bat. Hurrying in Quintanilla. Out at second. Murphy's turn in time for the double play. Nicely done. 6-4-3. 2 out and nobody on.
Ball not hit hard. Quintanilla charges nicely. Murph makes it happen. Nice turn. Very nice turn.
And again, those double plays that you said that are so important for Sean Markham, gets another one here.
He's third in his last 2 starts after having just 3 in the season before that. 2 out and nobody on for Eric Chavez, who singled to right field his first time up.
Chavez must feel really at home playing in a Diamondback uniform. Oakland A's train in Phoenix, Arizona, so very comfortable there.
Grew up in San Diego.
And a lot of players now have, because of their training, and also many teams in Arizona are living there in the winter.
Well, it's perfect weather in the winter.
You want a little winter? Go up to Flagstaff for a weekend.
That's right. Those rattlesnakes go into hibernation in the winter up there.
Or you can go halfway, go to Sedona.
There you go. Okay.
Get the aura.
I need an aura.
Get your colors red.
I don't like the signs on the golf courses there when you hit it off the fairway and you got to go into the sand, the cactus, and there's a sign that says beware of rattlesnakes.
Just circumvent the rules. Just drop a ball, don't take a stroke.
I can't afford to give away strokes
or the ball.
You could always bring the anti-venom with you. Now during every Mets game you can get interactive with SNY Game Day on SNY.TV, featuring pitch-by-pitch coverage, player cards, and in-depth stats. Check out SNY Game Day during every Mets game. Now on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. 2-2 from Markham to Chavez, and the curveball dubbed foul.
Nice kiss from Mom. It's like, cut it out, Ma. Leave me alone in front of my buddies.
By the way, when they made the book and the movie Moneyball, we always talk about how they never mentioned the big 3 pitchers and never mentioned Miguel Tejada. Did they ever mention this guy?
No, he didn't play a big role either. Chavez.
34 homers, 109 RBIs. He drew 65 walks, though. They should have mentioned him.
I will say, in his prime, and you didn't hear about him. We'll talk about that East Coast, West Coast. As fine a player as there was.
Won a Silver Slugger and 6 Gold Gloves in Oakland. Gets ahead of this one and drives it foul. Chavez had a nice career, despite the fact that really it's been a half dozen years since he's been a full-time player. Has over 250 career home runs.
Much more pronounced, bent over at the waist now. Used to be stand up pretty tall as a hitter.
Murphy handles the ground ball. Chavez retired, and so are the Diamondbacks. Markham puts up a 0 for the first time. Nets will come to bat in the bottom of the 3rd, trying to get on the board. hospital for special surgery. You can listen to all Mets games on Sports Radio 66 and Sports Radio 101.9 FM WFAN. This is the first of 4 with the Diamondbacks, culminating in the July 4th afternoon game. Fireworks on Wednesday night. And then the Mets go to Milwaukee, San Francisco, and Pittsburgh, which takes us to the All-Star break. David Wright takes a strike, leading off in the bottom of the third. Mets have had the base runners littered in the first 2 innings, but haven't brought anybody around. Mets have had 4 hits and 2 walks against Wade Miley in the first 2 innings.
I get to see my brother in San Francisco, his family.
Tell Gary I said hello, please.
And the off day allows me to stay an extra night. I want to fly to Pittsburgh on the off day. I want to have dinner with Ted Robinson, our old buddy.
Change-up, strikes out right. 3rd consecutive strikeout for Wade Miley. Well, please say hi to Ted.
Yes, he's a good man.
Change up away.
So Miley's second time around the batting order has struck out 3 in a row. Kind of going against type. He's been most effective first time through the batting order this year and has been hit very hard after that. Here's Marlon Byrd, who had a base hit to left center his first time up. Marlon finished off a terrific month of June, a month in which he hit more home runs than any month in his big league career, 6 of them.
Have to step out as Marley's doing. Slow this kid down. Wade Miley's trying to dictate the speed of the game here.
And Marlon went around.
Oh boy.
Bruce Streckman with the call, and it's 0-2.
Well, I'll tell you what, he caught fire in May. Look at the production there and the home runs.
What that has won him is a chance to play every day. Gets under this one. Gregorius, the shortstop, out. Pollock, the center fielder, in, and Pollock takes charge and almost went further than he thought.
Was he distracted by all the bodies around him? A late call off. Whoa. Nah, he's got it all the way. He's focused.
Pollock almost floundered. 2 out and nobody on. Now Josh Satin, who drew a walk his first time up. Satin now has an on-base percentage over 500. Getting a chance to play in the big leagues for more than a bat or 2 for the first time in his career, and taking full advantage.
Well, you know, he's hitting 375 coming into the game. And what I like, and it's very nice he's got that on-base percentage, like you said, Garrett. It's outstanding. But you know what? He's not up there taking pitches. He's aggressive. He's swinging. He's just got a good eye. There's that low strike, Ronnie.
Got to know your umpires. Have to.
One, 2-2 to Satin.
He goes into the glove. Simple kind of motion. Hides that ball a little bit behind him, makes it a little deceptive.
Bounces that one in there. And a full count to Satin.
Front foot, most pitchers try to get that so it's right on line with home plate. But again, like most pitchers of today's game, never in a fielding position after they release the baseball. That has become something that's almost out of the game. Little closed, throws a little bit across his body.
Satin keeps the at bat alive.
Well, it looks like that Jordan Zimmerman's going to cruise on to his 12th victory. That's a long way to go. It's 6-0 Washington.
Boy, Gallardo's had a tough year.
It's going to be tough not to have Zimmerman as your starting pitcher in the All-Star game, Gary.
Gloria circles in on that ground ball and easily throws out side retired. Mets go out 1-2-3 against Miley for the first time. 3-0 after 3. Is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. A.J. Pollock leads off in the 4th inning and swings and misses at a slider from Sean Markham. Pollock grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up. The kid who was supposed to play center field for the Diamondbacks this year, and they hope will be here before too terribly long, is Adam Eaton, one of their top prospects who suffered an elbow injury. He's out on rehab now, but has not yet played the field because he's had some setbacks. So for now, it's Pollock, and he's one of those Kirk Gibson type favorites.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of discussion about what the Diamondbacks did in the offseason in terms of emphasizing, in some cases, grit over statistics, and exemplified by the trade of Justin Upton to the Braves, in which they got back Martin Prado, among others. Strike 3 called, and Pollock is out on 3 pitches. Second strikeout for Markham. And that was engineered by the Diamondbacks general manager Kevin Towers, but in some respects the public view is that it was done to coincide with Kirk Gibson's approach to the game. Now the question is it working?
So far it's working, but you know, his whole approach, Kirk, is not unlike how he played. You know, no one played the game any harder than Kirk Gibson, but I think he also brings a football mentality to it and a football way of thinking. See his record as a manager, interim to start and then the full-time job. Now you're talking about one of his day, one of the great, and I mean great, college football players. He played kind of that wing-back role.
Michigan State.
At Michigan State.
Famous for coming to the big game against Michigan and giving the team a pep talk, and they went on and crushed Michigan after his pep talk. I forget which year it was.
National League MVP in 1988. That was a travesty.
Where did Darrell? That was the year Darrell and McReynolds kind of
third.
They just they canceled each other out.
Split the vote. I mean, there's no question Gibson had great leadership skills, and what he did in the postseason that year was legendary. But that's not why he won the MVP. He won it before the postseason began.
Well, the votes are taken before postseason, so it has no effect on.
But he drove in 76 runs that year. I mean, come on. And that's not, again, not to take anything away from what he did that year, and the Dodgers wound up winning the World Series. But
it's a shame that he got. And it's a shame for the Mets team that year that Kirk was handled the entire season, but could not handle him in the postseason.
3-2 to Gregorius, who singled and scored in the second. Toward the left field line comes Young, and he runs it down, 2 out.
Well, I remember the World Series that the Dodgers beat up on the Oakland A's with Canseco and McGuire, and I just remember them pounding those two guys inside the whole series and jamming them the whole series. I remember Belcher missed with, I believe, an inside pitch in the first game, and Canseco hit a grand slam home run, I believe, in that game. And then after that, they did not miss another one inside.
Wade Miley sacrificed his first time up. And right to David Wright, who picks it out of the air to retire the side. So things going better for Sean Markham, second time around the batting order. Now the Mets will try and get him some runs, down 3-0. John Buck will lead off for the Mets, and leading off for us, Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
Well, last night in the postgame, Gary, is very interesting about Zach Wheeler with the velocity thing. As you were all over all game long talking about how it dipped later in the start. It went from 97 to, 92, 93. And Wheeler talked about how he tried to do something mechanically that would maybe get better control of his fastball. While Buck talked about, hey, we were trying to get some outs. So we went to the two-seam fastball. We got some sinkers, and we got some ground ball outs. Buck said, that I thought was a really good job of him finding a way to get outs, of pitching, dialing it back, that type of thing. He said it reminds me of Zach Greinke when I caught him in Kansas City. We had some struggles early on, and he did similar things like that. I thought it was a really good job by Zach Wheeler last night. Well, Terry Collins today, I asked him about it and what he thought about it, and he was having no part of that whatsoever. Terry said, for him to be successful up here, he's got to be himself. He's got to be what he is, what got him here, not turn into a sinker baller just because his 98 miles an hour is not getting over for a strike. There's 100,000 of those guys up here. That's not what got him here. So what happens if you turn into somebody else? You go back down to AAA. Terry had some very forceful comments, and we had a back and forth, and guys, the impression was, hey, Terry would rather have the growing pains of doing what he does or what he hopes to be rather than dialing it back and changing his style at this point, even if it was for only 2 innings?
You know, Kevin, I did not see the game yesterday. I was out of town. But you make a great point. I think Terry makes a great point, and that is, why do you have to be yourself? Because when you are in trouble and you have people on base, you cannot be thinking about where your hands are, where your foot is, where your arm slot is. That stuff is going to get you in trouble. If you're yourself and throw free and easy, then you're going to have a shot to get out of those real high leverage, highly emotional parts of the game. And I've always believed that. I think that you start from whatever foundation the pitcher has and you work around, because there's certain foundation things you have to do even as a hitter that if you don't do these things, you have no chance to be successful. But you work around the athlete. So he has an electric fastball. We have not seen it except for the first start, and I think that's where, you know, I would go first. Free and easy and let that fastball fly.
And Ronnie, just to follow up on what you just said, you know, Terry said, you know, they went with what would get ground balls and outs, and I get that. But in this situation, let the hitters catch up to 98. Let's see it. Let's use what got him here. So it'll be curious to see what happens his next start now and how he reacts, especially if things don't go well early.
Well, I think he was pumped up. He had to be. You know, he had his parents here. He's pitching in front of a great crowd yesterday. And I'm sure he was pumped up. And you saw that in the first inning because it went so smoothly. But, you know, the next start's going to be on the road. It's going to be in Milwaukee. Although they've got a nice offensive team, even though they're struggling.
Here's the part I don't really understand, Ronnie, and maybe you can help me with this. And we saw it a little bit with Matt Harvey last year. What players, when they come to the big leagues, are always told is just do what got you here. Don't try and do something else, because that's going to get you out of your game. You don't have to try harder. You don't have to be better. Just be what got you here. As Lagares strokes one to left, slicing away from Ross, but he gets there and makes the grab. Nice play by Ross for the second out. And this notion of tinkering so quickly with talented young pitchers, and they did it with Harvey last year. Remember that first start against Arizona, he struck out 11, used mostly his fastball, and then that second start against the Giants, they told him you got to throw your changeup.
Right. Yeah.
I'm kind of at a loss to understand, and they've done the same thing with Wheeler to a certain extent, why that process is taking place rather than waiting and seeing what you got here, and then if there's failure, then trying to correct it, you know, after a few starts.
Well, first, that was a nice shot of Harvey and Wheeler sitting together, and Harvey doing a lot of the talking, being a kind of a leader. I like that. I think you're right. What I would do personally with Zach Wheeler, if it was my job to watch him, I would give him 5 starts. And in those 5 starts, I would write down and keep a book on the things I really liked and the things I didn't like so much. And over the course of those 5 starts, I think you're going to really see bits and parts of what are going to make him great and things that are going to not make him so great. And if you let him just do that, then after that 5-start run, then we'll take a look and we'll tinker if we have to tinker. You know, the team has not gotten off to a great start, obviously. You brought up a young man that if you had a team that was 25 games over 500, you probably would have left them in AAA, right? So if you're bringing him up here, let him pitch, see how he can pitch, how he reacts in different situations, and then after 5 starts, then we take a look at some little things that we can tinker with.
Wade Miley has another 1-2-3 inning. He's now retired 9 in a row after a shaky start, and he has a 3-0 lead after 4. reports from Citi Field, plus an inside look at the Yankees as they try to snap their losing streak in Minnesota. On Daily News Live, presented by Citi, tomorrow at 5, only on SNY. Sean Markham had a rough first 2 innings, gave up a 2-run homer to Paul Goldschmidt, a run-scoring hit to Aaron Hill. Has not allowed to hit the last 2 innings, and now will start the 3rd time through the batting order. Gerardo Parra leads off in the 5th. Parra's been up twice, grounded out to the right side both times. It'll be Parra, then Aaron Hill, and Paul Goldschmidt for the D-backs in the 5th inning. Well, we had a lot of rain today, and now we're have a purple sky. Does that mean purple rain will now fall?
Well, I don't know what it was like at your house, but what a great job they do here. I mean, the rain came down in sheets where I was living today.
Quintanilla in front of the ground ball, handles the offbeat hop and throws out Parra one away. Well, there was lightning, like thunder, like you can't believe.
Yeah.
And there was even a threat of a tornado, which you don't see very often in this area.
I had that, you know, the phones where they buzz and tell you a flash flood warning.
Fortunately, the rain has held off since late afternoon here in Flushing, and it's a very interesting color, that sky.
Beautiful sky.
Well, I have to say Markham looks a little less uncomfortable than he did the first couple of innings.
And you know, this is kind of obvious, but huge inning here for him. Getting Parra out to lead off the inning.
Hill rips one down the line. He's got himself an extra base hit. So Aaron Hill on base for the 3rd straight time, hit by a pitch, an RBI single, and now a 1-out double.
Well, I was talking about getting Parra out to start, you know, 5th inning, getting back 3rd time through the lineup. So crucial when you're losing by 3 runs. You got to get through scoreless.
Another similar type of stroke. Hill, no stride.
Well, Aaron Hill, who had 2 cycles less than 2 weeks apart last year, quickest 2 cycles by any player in Major League history. And he is a big boon to their offense when he's healthy, and he is healthy now. So now Goldschmidt, who had a long 2-run homer in the 1st inning, is 20th of the year.
No thought, Keith, of walking Goldschmidt here?
Nah, pitch to him. It's 3-0.
Yeah.
I don't want a big inning. He's not Joe DiMaggio. He's not having, you know, he's not having a great year.
Okay.
I'd go after him.
And also you have a left-hand hitter on deck with Montero.
A double play threat.
This has been a troubling inning for Markham. His 5th inning ERA is 8.22. 1-1 to Goldschmidt.
I don't know if you folks can hear it at home, but no mistaking what Mike Everett thinks of the pitch.
I always like the umpire that called it inside or just outside.
All one inside or low.
That way there's no question. You don't have to say, where was it? He's already told you.
So, you know, Ronnie, that goes like what you're talking about. You said earlier, know your umpires. Sometimes there's a pitch that's borderline outside, borderline low, or borderline in, borderline high. And the umpire says ball high, then I know that where his zone is of elevation. So I've always liked an umpire that said that.
Goldschmidt lifts one out to right center, playing well for Bird. Tagging at second is Hill. Marlin puts it away for the 2nd out. Hill scurries over to 3rd. So 2 out. And now Markham will take on Miguel Montero. He was fly down and walked 0 for 1. There are your City probables for the remainder of the series. Jeremy Hefner has been pitching so well against Patrick Corbin, who's having a tremendous season, although it's been hard for him or any other Diamondback starter to win recently. Matt Harvey goes Wednesday night against the former Brave Randall Delgado, and Dylan G Thursday afternoon against Ian Kennedy, who's not having nearly the year he expected.
Kennedy won 20 games, what, 2 seasons ago?
Yeah. He's had the suspension this year from the fight the Diamondbacks had with the Dodgers, and did not pitch well coming out of that suspension. Markham out of the windup with a runner at third, and a ground ball to Murphy down to a knee on the outfield grass against the slow-footed Montero, and that retires the side. So Markham works around the double by Hill halfway through at Citi Field, 3-0 Arizona. Trammell, who was on the coaching staff for the Diamondbacks, was the third player to play 20 or more seasons for the Tigers. Who were the other two?
Well, you got to have. I got one.
Yeah.
Okay, won a batting title.
One's pretty obvious.
I think I got them both.
Yeah. Wouldn't be his guy who played to his left? Maybe not, huh?
No, I don't
20
think
seasons
so.
A lot.
Sean Markham leads off in the home 5th inning. Well, Wade Miley's working with a 3-0 lead. Needs 3 more outs to qualify for a win. The last time that an Arizona starter got a victory was June the 5th, and it was Miley against the Cardinals. They've gone 22 straight games without a starter getting a win. Over that span, they have a 5.15 ERA, the starting staff.
Can I ask you a question about Alan Trammell? A lot of people like to Google, Wikipedia, baseball reference numbers. Go see Alan Trammell's numbers. Put them up to Barry Larkin's numbers. And tell me if you see any difference. Stolen bases, you'll see some difference. But when you have a chance, take a look at it.
I'll tell you what, there's one difference, and it's kind of cosmetic, is Markham hits one toward the line, and Ross goes over to get it one away. And that is that, and I think it's what put Barry over the top. He won an MVP.
Yeah. Well,
and it was, you know, it was a year when he didn't have a great season, but he was the best. You know, he was the MVP.
Listen, I played against Barry. Hall of Fame player, fantastic player. Just look at Alan Trammell's numbers when you have a chance.
How would you compare the two of them defensively?
Well, defensively, Barry Larkin was a guy that you would come to watch play. That's how amazing physical gifts he had. No one, and I'm talking about no one, that I saw was steadier than Alan Trammell at shortstop. Made every single play. Never saw him make a bad throw. Double play combination with Lou Whitaker, as good as there's ever been. World champion. Just when you have a chance, take a look, because not you guys know it, but the hits very similar. Years played.
He just was a blue-collar player. He just was under the radar. He just was nothing flashy about him. Just came out every day and did the job.
Humble.
Yep.
Line caught by Goldschmidt. Well, he was playing in against Young again, and he was able to make that catch on the line drive for the second out.
This ball is ripped. And that's a hang with him.
Defensive charts win.
It's like Goldschmidt's got a mouthpiece in there, hasn't he?
A lot of players have mouthpieces now.
The last one I remember was Mike Pelfrey. That didn't work out too well.
Well, he eventually scrapped it, because he was chewing on the thing all the time. Murphy's 0 for 2, and Daniel takes low and away. Meanwhile, Miley has now retired 11 in a row. The first 8 hitters, 6 of them got on base. And now the last 11 hitters, none of them has gotten on base.
This is how he threw all last season.
Oh boy, someone's in the screaming down there.
Up the middle, and Murphy's got a base hit. So that snaps that string of 11 in a row, retired by Miley. And David Wright will get to the plate with a man on. So a couple of hard hit balls in a row by Young and Murphy. Take a look at the Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile. And David Wright has been going that extra mile for nearly a month now. 374 since June the 5th. The month of June, he hit 343 with 5 home runs. Over the last 5 years, he's only had one other month where he's hit over 300 with at least 5 home runs. And now the secret for David is to keep it going. Because remember, last year he had an unbelievable first half, but was unable to sustain that pace in the second half.
His strikeouts were down, remember, and then all of a sudden he kind of went back into his old self.
His swing got more of an uppercut. He was chasing pitches out of the strike zone. He knows that as well as anybody. Part of that is playing for a team that's going south, as the Mets did the second half last year. Trying to save things by yourself. Now Miley falls behind him 3-0.
Well, very funny, the second pitch to David. There's David's season's monthly numbers.
Let him swing here, Keith. Down 3-0.
Sure, I would.
Marlon Byrd on deck. And David takes a strike.
That's a tough call to take, because Everett's called everything down. You feel like saying to him, okay, the ball up can't be a strike too.
Miley up over 90 pitches now for the night. And that one skips away from Montero, ball 4. So the Mets have 2 men on, and Marlon Byrd will come to the plate as the tying run. That's the third walk given up by Miley. The first 2 came in the opening inning. By the way, just in the discussion on Alan Trammell, you mentioned he didn't win an MVP. In 1987, he finished second to George Bell in the MVP voting. That year, Trammell hit 343 with 28 homers and 105 RBIs.
Shortstop.
Yeah, shortstop. And when they talk about all the great offensive shortstops of the day, the Nomars and the A-Rods, they don't always mention Trammell. Here's Marlon Byrd, who's 1 for 2. Single to left, fly to center, and takes a big rip at a high fastball and fouls it back.
He missed his pitch. You see his reaction to this after this swing. This was a pitch to hit. Oh, we got a rip.
He was trying to start off July on the same note.
I think he had
carried in June.
I think in the forefront of his mind was of tying this ball game up with that one swing.
It's this one in the air to right, playable for Parra. And that retires the side, and the Mets strand 2 more. 7 left on base over the first 5 innings. And Wade Miley has 5 scoreless under his belt and a 3-0 lead. Diamondbacks got 2 in the first on a Paul Goldschmidt home run, added a run in the second. Mets been unable to respond despite 8 base runners in the first 5 innings. Cody Ross leads off in the 6th against Sean Markham, and he takes a curveball for a strike. Ross has walked and grounded into a double play, 0 for 1. It'll be Ross, then Eric Chavez, and A.J. Pollock for the Diamondbacks in the 6th. Ross foul tips one. 0-2.
I saw that Anthony Recker pitched an inning in yesterday afternoon's ball game. I saw Cody Ross pitch an inning for the Marlins one day. He was one of the best I've ever seen.
Big Don Baylor.
Well, the thing about Anthony Recker, his fastball tops out at a higher velocity than Sean Markham's.
That's crazy.
Grounded down to third, a foul ball, still 0-2.
The thing about Ross, though, he had a changeup and a curveball. He was a 3-pitch position player pitcher.
And of course, he is a left-hand thrower. He's that rare baseball animal, position player who bats right and throws left.
Didn't you ever want to pitch? You're proud of that hook that you had.
And the big rainbow. Got those little leaguers out.
They don't let the good players pitch. You know,
just in
the
case.
stars don't pitch, except if you're Canseco. Maybe so what happened to him.
The knuckleball. Blew out his arm, didn't he?
He sure did. Ross muscles one out to deep left center. Back goes Young onto the warning track, leaping at the wall, and he can't make the catch. And pulling in at second is Ross. It looked like Eric had timed that ball perfectly, but not quite. And the ball did not stick in his glove.
He had it in his glove, and the contact with the wall jarred it loose. Got it? Oh, off the heel. No, it did not.
He misjudged the leap a little bit.
See, he wasn't at his apex when he got up. He was on his way down, and that's why I think he got it on the heel of the glove. Watch, the apex is here, and now he's starting to come down just a bit, but great hustle.
When you get it off the heel of the glove like that, it always pops out. And that's not a play where you can make a two-handed catch.
Ross will get credit for a double. The 6th hit against Sean Markham. And now Chavez fouls off the first pitch. Eric Chavez 1 for 2, single to right, grounded to second. Well, that's the 3rd extra base hit for the Diamondbacks today. The Nationals yesterday had 10 extra base hits, including 5 in one hellacious inning for Brandon Lyon. That inning by Lyon stands alone in Mets history. The first time that a pitcher who pitched an inning or less had ever given up 5 extra base hits in an inning in 52 years.
Wow. I'd never like to see that. It's a pitcher getting lit up like that. Like, it happens.
Happens to everyone.
Yep.
They're out there long enough.
Chavez pops it up. Buck coming back for a look, but that's back in the crowd.
There, Chavez's reaction to that pitch, like Marlon Byrd, thought he got a pitch to hit and missed it. Not going to show the toughness in this game. You know, to give up 3 runs in the first 2 innings, battled his way here into the 6th.
Shaw's next start will be back in his old haunts in Milwaukee over the weekend. Carlos Torres, the right-hander. Josh Edgin, the left-hander, up in the Mets bullpen. Markham's likely opponent in his next start in Milwaukee will be his former staff mate Giovanni Gallardo, who had another dreadful start tonight against Washington. 8 runs and 9 hits in 3 innings.
And he's one of those guys that's on the list of arms for hire from teams that might be interested in acquiring a pitcher before the deadline.
Well, for a Milwaukee team that is pitching starved, that's the one guy they thought they could really count on, and he just has not had a good year. It's one of the reasons the Brewers have been so bad, 16 games under 500. For a team that has had 2 of the greatest offensive stars in the league this year. Markham with a 3-2 to Chavez, and he whacks one on the ground to right. He checks the runner and makes the play for the first out. So 1 away. Ross still at second. Here's your Mets bullpen. That's a very nice script.
Yeah.
Whose handwriting is that? So you can see who pitched yesterday and who pitched with a little more rest. So the only 3 who did not pitch yesterday were Hawkins, Torres, and Parnell. Not on that list, Anthony Recker, who I believe is unavailable today.
He needs a couple days off.
Now A.J. Pollock, who's 0 for 2, grounded into a fielder's choice and took a call, 3rd strike. A.J. Pollock is from Hebron, Connecticut, which I had to look up where it was on a map. It's southeast of Hartford. Looks like a very small town. Just a dot. But not all that far from where Matt Harvey grew up, on the coast in Mystic. I'm going to have to ask Matt, but I would imagine they had to have run into each other at some point.
Or played on the same travel team or something, right?
Oh, 0-1 to Pollock. And he takes it off the plate, a cutter. 1-1. Your sixth inning recap presented by your Tri-Honda dealers. Markham gave up 3 runs in the first inning. That's enough so far. Wade Miley has shut the Mets out for 5 innings despite some early stumbles. Paul Goldschmidt, a 2-run homer, is 20th in that first inning. And Markham trying to keep it right where it is with a runner at second and 1 out. 1-1 to Pollock with Gregorius on deck. And the curveball sits up and in. 2-1.
You know, that glove is reminds you of the glove that Ozzie Smith would use, and most pitchers don't have a webbing where you can see through because you don't want any hitter to see your grip in the glove. But that one, the holes are kind of small. They're not like the second baseman like Murph. He would have those big kind of gaps in the glove.
Pollock pops one up. Who's going to get it? David Wright makes the call. And that's the second out. So 2 out, runner at second. Let's check in with the studio. Brian Custer is there for a game break presented by your Tri-Honda dealer. Ricky Weeks, who's all of a sudden raging hot, has one of those back-to-back home runs for the Brewers. Intentional walk to Didi Gregorius with first base open, so the pitcher Miley will come up with 2 men on. So this will be the second walk given up, the third walk given up by Markham, the first intentional pass.
Well, that's the one thing when the Mets go to Milwaukee, they're going to have to pitch there because that 2 things. One, you were talking about Carlos Gomez, Jean Segura, the offensive years they're having, Ramos Ramirez, even though he's banged up, third base. And plus the ball flies out of that ballpark, or I find it flies out of that ballpark. It does.
Weeks had a terrible first couple of months to the point where they were platooning him, benching him. They brought up Scooter Gennett to play some second base. But Ricky has been raging hot the last couple of weeks. Their fields were washed out by Hurricane Sandy, and the damage to their facilities was devastating. SNY and New York Community Bank joined forces to help the Staten Island Little League with the SNY Play Ball Award. The $5,000 grant was used to make repairs and get their season back on track. To see more of their story and the stories of past recipients, go to facebook.com/SNY. Wade Miley is sacrificed and lined out to third, batting here with 2 out and 2 on. Miley 3 for 29 on the season. The changeup to start him off. So can you tell if that's the split or the straight change?
That looks like a split there, only because the movement's so late.
Yes, sinking action.
Yeah.
So that's that new wrinkle for Markham that he introduced in Chicago. You ever do that? You ever start throwing a pitch that you had never used in a game just on the spur of the moment?
You know, I always wanted to have a good cutter because my ball moved the other way. So I always wanted to aspire to have a good cutter. I could never get one, but I had one in one game against the St. Louis Cardinals, and I used it the entire game. And it's the only time I've ever had one that was working. Only time I ever used one, and it worked to my advantage for that one game. We ended up beating the Cardinals, but the next start, went to throw it, it wasn't there again. So just one start. It's like the baseball gods somewhere just said, hey, listen, you know, we know you're not going to have a cutter, but we're going to give you one for tonight. Just have fun with it for tonight.
I mean, how does that make any sense? If you could throw it one day, how come you couldn't throw it another day?
I don't know.
Miley lines one to Murphy, and that retires the side. Second time Miley's hit a bullet that was caught by an infielder. And so Markham able to work around the leadoff double by Ross and keep it at 3-0. 3-0. Sean Markham at 101 pitches gets the handshake from Terry Collins.
You can tell that after he shakes hands with Terry Collins, he's telling him that his neck, his shoulder, that area.
Well, we saw him wincing, and we saw him trying to stretch that out in the early innings of the game, and clearly it was an issue for him today.
Well, I'll tell you, gutsy effort, and to be commended. Be out there in pain and still produce like he did this evening.
Winds up with a quality start. 6 innings, 3 runs, 6 hits. The Mets have left 7 runners on base against Miley in the first 5 innings and given him no run support. As Markham continues to deal with that neck area, which troubled him back in spring training. Josh Satin leads off and drives one to left field. Chasing back is Ross, and he can't get this one. Satin heads for second, and he is in with a leadoff double. So Josh Satin continues to produce. That's his 5th double.
A nice first ball, fastball hitting, and you're going to get a fastball off this guy. Go to Ripken. Nicely done. Big leg kick. A little more pronounced leg kick, I would think. Lately, Satin getting a chance to play, getting a rhythm.
So the Mets have their 6th hit against Wade Miley, is up to 96 pitches, and so the bullpen getting cranky now for the Diamondbacks with John Buck coming up.
That's Ziegler, isn't it? Yes, Brad Ziegler.
Ziegler, who is in a competition with Scott Rice for the league lead in appearances. Buck's been up twice, struck out both times. Looking in the first, swinging in the 4th. 2 of 5 strikeouts for Wade Miley tonight. Juan Lagares, who has swung the bat very well tonight, waits on deck. Buck fouls it away 0-2. Looking ahead to the Diamondbacks bullpen, their bullpen construction changed considerably when they got J.J. Putz back from the disabled list this past weekend. He goes right back in the closer's role. David Hernandez, who's been their setup guy, has been struggling. And they only have one lefty in that bullpen, Tony Sipp. And Buck strikes out for the 3rd time and loses his helmet in the process.
He loses his grip on the bat, too, here.
Oh, the bat knocking off the helmet. It's been a rough kind of stretch for Buck.
Especially in the strikeouts.
Got a golden sombrero less than a week ago. He's already got 3 strikeouts today. Now Lagares has hit the ball hard twice. Double down the left field line of the 2nd, and then lined out to Ross in left field in the 4th.
Ross is definitely deeper than he was before.
And this time Lagares trying to bunt his way on, and that is not a good play with the 8th hitter on deck and a left-hand hitter to boot and a lefty on the mound.
You know, he's done that before, and that's something for me that someone has to discuss with Juan. Swinging the bat as good as anyone on the team. Swing it. Drive in a run.
Bouncing away from Montero, and over to 3rd goes Sack. Thing came off the shin guard of Montero.
Well, nicely done by Josh. Coming off the bag on his toes, on his lead, is able to take advantage of this wild pitch. You got to know, if you're running the bases, that if they get ahead of Lagares, they're going to try to bounce some breaking balls. So be alert.
Infield back, of course, for the Diamondbacks with a 3-run lead. 1-2 to Lagares, and he gets a piece of the slider to keep the at-bat alive.
Charles Nagy on the phone.
Well, Ziegler appears to be ready in the bullpen. You would have to think they would leave Miley in to face Quintanilla, because you don't want the side-arming right-hander Ziegler against the left-hand batter. It's part of the problem with having only one lefty in the bullpen.
Well, We experienced it up here a couple years in a row with just Burdick out there.
And the changeup strikes out Lagares for the second out. There's a big out for Miley, his 7th strikeout.
Well, Miley has been using his changeup. Oh, that's a backdoor slider right there. Not a strike. But the off-speed fools Lagares. Gets him out in front.
So 2 out of the inning after the leadoff double by Satin. Mets are now 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position tonight. Quintanilla has the only hit. A single when Lagares doubled in the second. And a fastball strike, 0-1. Zach Lutz has come out on deck to be a pinch hitter if Quintanilla can keep the inning going. And if he does come up, he'll probably be a sacrificial lamb because Kirk Gibson will probably bring in the side-arming righty, and the Mets will go to a left-hand batter.
You see Didi Gregorius at shortstop. He's moved over a little bit. Remember that hit by Quintanilla in the hole between Chavez and Gregorius. He'll come after every pitch. He comes to the middle of the diamond to back up the throw from the catcher to the pitcher, and then back over there to try to eat up some of that hole that Quintanilla looks to shoot through.
108 pitches matches Miley's season high. And Quintanilla takes it just off the plate. Now it's 3-1. Well, either way, this would probably be Miley's last batter. Satin at third and 2 out, and Quintanilla takes ball 4. And now the Mets will get the tying run to the plate. 4th walk given up by Miley. Lutz is announced as the pinch hitter. And that is Kirk Gibson's cue. And he'll come out and make the pitching change. And in all likelihood, we'll see Nieuwenhuis or Valdespin to bat for Lutz. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon Fios. Miley leaves with a shutout intact. 3-0 Arizona in the 6th. We'll be right back. Not happy, even though he hasn't a lot of runs to this point. And 32-year-old Brad Ziegler, the side-arming righty, will come on to pitch.
Well, he came over from the Athletics, and Ziegler has just been outstanding. 28 of 32 inherited runners stranded. He's got 2 more here.
Kirk Neuenhuis bats for Lutz, who is batting for Markham, and Neuenhuis takes a strike.
This honestly should be a decent mark for Neuenhuis. He likes the ball down. That's where Ziegler lives.
Like to see the shortstop. You got a sinker ball submariner to run that sinker, and you got Gregorius playing Neuenhuis for the pull.
And Neuenhuis lays off the changeup.
It's been kind of a lost season here for Neuenhuis, but not as a pinch hitter.
Well, not with 2 men on base. Last game of the final home, the last homestand, he hit a walk-off 3-run homer. There's that good changeup, and it's 1-2 to Neuenhuis.
Oh, that's a good pitch. So he's got 2 pitches coming out of the same spot, one 10-mile-an-hour faster than the other.
Carlos Torres getting ready to pitch the 7th inning. So now Ziegler ahead on Neuenhuis, 1-2. Tries to tie him up inside, and he missed. 2-2.
Nice purpose pitch right there. Odds are he will go back on the outside corner, trying to get a slider on the inside corner.
And Neuenhuis lays off that slider, and it's 3-2.
Just missed low. Good eye.
So now Quintanilla will be in motion from first.
3-2 changeup here. Let's watch Montero. There it is.
3-2 to Neuenhuis, and he struck him out on the changeup. Side retired. Ziegler comes in to get 1 huge out for Miley, and the Mets strand 2 more. They've now stranded 9 through the first 6 innings.
Scoring position. Sean Markham did his job, and now it's Carlos Torres' turn. He's on in relief here in the 7th for the Mets. One of the big storylines this year for the Mets was, of course, David Wright and the captaincy. A lot of the questions were asked when he got named the captain early in spring training. How would he react? Would he do anything different? Would he be more vocal? The thing about David Wright is, and it's very clear almost halfway into the season, the thing that he does best is be what he's done the entire time he's been a New York Met, and that's be consistent. I'm not talking only on the field. I'm talking behind the scenes, too. That's what David Wright has always been. And I think sometimes, guys, you kind of take him for granted because he is so consistent. Not only with his production, he's on base a couple times a night making great plays, but whatever it is the organization has him doing, and as a teammate. You know, LaTroy Hawkins, who's been around, we know that, in plenty of different teams, different situations, and around different superstars, had this to say about Wright as a leadoff base hit by Parra starts it off for the D-backs. He said, when I signed, this offseason, here I am, a veteran, I signed a minor league deal. The very next morning, picked up my phone, there was a text from David Wright. Hey, welcome aboard. Anything you need, please give me a call. David Wright. He said that's only happened something like that once in my entire career. I've never seen that before. And yes, it's a little gesture, but that's the type of guy that he is. He is a true, genuine individual. He's a cool dude. And the thing he said about David, there's just no arrogance. He said he's one of us. He said, but there's more to him than that. He's so competitive in here, whether we're playing cards or whatever it is. And he's got a great sense of humor. He'll dole out the jabs, and he has no problem taking the jabs, too. But you could see in Hawkins, the guys he's been around, how he talked about Wright, the reverence he has for the captain. And I think that's what he's done best so far this year, guys. He's been himself. Let's go back to you.
Nicely said, Kev. I couldn't agree more. 100. I couldn't agree more wholeheartedly with you. I mean, I think the world of David. I think I have a lot of respect for him as an individual, as a player. I mean, he's come up early in his career and had success and had been on good teams. This has been kind of a drought for him in the middle of his career. And he still comes out every day and puts in a hard day's work. So
he comes from a blue-collar family. That's how he plays. Every day is the same. Preparation, ready to go. Keith, you're right.
And the other piece of that, of course, is playing for a bad team for a number of years and having to be the guy who talks to the media about it every single day. Driven to right center by Hill. Overcomes Lagares, diving, and he makes the catch. Lagares was playing toward left center, had to come all the way into right center to take a base hit away from Aaron Hill.
Well, this was nothing but trouble. It was fading away from him, too. And he closes, and once he gets there, he's going to make the catch. I mean, but it's all about him getting the break on the ball and accelerating to the ball.
You know what's interesting about all the great center fielders and their diving catches? As they get about 10 to 15 feet away from the ball, their body is lower. They get it real low, so their eyes are almost on the same level as the ball as it's dropping.
If you're a Met fan, you've got to be rooting so hard for that kid to hit because you would love to watch him play center field for the next 10 years.
So true.
Paul Goldschmidt delivered the keynote tonight. A 2-run homer back in the first inning. I mean, he has done virtually nothing wrong in the field since the day he got here. And what's interesting is, and Kevin has talked about this a couple of times, when he first arrived in the big leagues, he was playing deeper. And Tom Goodwin, the Mets outfield coach, convinced him to play more shallow. His power nearly got himself picked off. And it has worked out brilliantly because he is so good at going back on the ball. But there you see the lateral range and the break that he gets on the ball.
And if you play deep, no chance of catching that ball. I think also he's played shallow, Gary, because he's felt his oats. He's gotten the confidence. He knows he can play on this level defensively.
And boy, has he. Cutter for a strike to Goldschmidt, who hit his 20th home run of the year back in the first. Miguel Montero on deck. Sean Markham went 6, allowed 3 runs, 6 hits, 3 walks, 1 intentional, 2 strikeouts, a hit batsman, and a home run. 101 pitches for Markham, who's on the hook in this game. If Markham were to take a loss tonight, and he's on the short end right now, he'd become the first Met since Jason Isringhausen in 1996 to lose 10 by the 1st of July.
What is he doing?
It's gross.
That's,
man. Come on.
What is that?
I don't think I've ever seen that before. Struck him out. Torres fans Goldschmidt for the second out.
Well, Torres has really found his strikeout pitch here at the major league level. His last appearance against Washington, 2 innings, only a hit given up with 3 punch outs. Here, a punch out of Goldschmidt.
So 2 out, and now Montero will bat. Torres has been quite a find for the Mets so far. He had the one bad moment in Philadelphia, but other than that, he's been just about spotless.
He's a veteran journeyman pitcher. He knows what he's doing out there. He's got that little cutter he likes to throw strikes.
You know, and I do this all the time. Another place, close play at first. You have to get yourself out of the mode of you see a guy, and then 5 years later he's been in the minor leagues. You say to yourself, boy, I remember this guy. You know, he struggled. You forget how much improvement a guy like Torres has made since the first time you see him.
Montero's 0 for 2 tonight. Flied out, walked, grounded out.
He's one of those dangerous hitters. Even though he's not having the power numbers this year, not having a good year, 5 home runs coming in, but he's a very dangerous pull hitter with power.
Usually good for 15 to 18 home runs a year.
He's got the big uppercut. He's swinging for the downs every pitch,
which he was not earlier in his career.
It's almost like I've gotten off to a slow start, so the only way I can make up for it is going yard, and that'll get you a 200 average at the end of the year.
1-1 to Montero. Barra keeps getting himself back in there by the skin of his teeth. In Miami tonight, the Marlins are playing the Padres. Young Jose Fernandez, 8 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 10 strikeouts, and a 4-0 lead going to the ninth.
He will go 5-4 if they hang on there.
The Marlins went 15-10 in June. That's quite a turnaround after going 14-41 to start the year. And a lot of that is on their young pitchers.
It's coincided with Fernandez.
Well, Jacob Turner also has pitched well. Nathan Eovaldi has come back from the disabled list and pitched well. They've got the makings of a good young pitching staff there. And you see they're starting to creep up on the Mets, just 5 games behind. Of course, they've beaten the Mets the last 5 times they faced them. Torres ahead on Montero, 1-2. Buck sets up outside. And it's up and away, 2-2.
Interesting. The helmet. You see Cody Ross on deck. The helmet near the ear flap of Montero. I don't know if that's tape or there's something on his ear flap.
Maybe it's whatever was on his bat that he had to. I don't know. Murphy handles the ground ball and throws out Montero. Another good inning for Torres, helped out by the glove of Juan Lagares. 7th inning stretch time at Citi Field. 3-0 Diamondbacks. Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Mets at the top of the batting order coming up in the bottom of the 7th inning. Mets have left 9 runners on base in the first 6 innings. Eric Young 0 for 2 and a walk. Lined out to the first baseman Goldschmidt his first time up. Now batting left-handed for the first time today. The splits on Young have always favored him as a right-hand batter, but this year more than ever. He's hitting just .213 left-handed. Came into the day hitting .329 right-handed.
Well, 2-0. Almost have to take a pitch here.
I agree.
Do anything to get on base.
You're a leadoff hitter. Yes. Down 3 runs.
Oh, almost hit him. 3-0.
This comes out of nowhere. It's the umpire's shin guard.
Brad Ziegler, who went to the same school as the Mets starting pitcher tonight, Sean Markham, Southwest Missouri State. Now known as simply Missouri State. That's how old they are. There's a call strike. Ziegler a year older than Markham. 32 years old.
Had a nice career, though, hasn't he?
Started out with the A's. 3rd year in Arizona. And he walks Young to start the home 7th. So Young is on base for the 2nd time today. 5 walks given up by the Diamondbacks tonight.
Yeah, those are mistakes that you just cannot make.
3-1 changeup with a 3-run lead.
I think it was a get me over fastball, just like hoping it went in.
So now Murphy, who's 1 for 3, single to center against Miley his last time up, and they're leaving Ziegler in to face him again. Only 1 lefty in that Arizona bullpen, and they want Ziegler to stay in to face David Wright. So he stays in to face Murphy first, and Murphy grounds one down to Goldschmidt, and he turns down the play at second and takes the short out as Young moves into second base.
Well, I'm not sure if he had a poor exchange here, didn't have a good grip for the throw, or Young was in his line. No, not at all. Oh, yeah, I don't think he had a good grip. It's always important to get that lead runner. Look, you still got time to re-grip the ball. Plenty of time. And you know what? You get that lead runner, guess what? Ground ball, double play, inning over. Now it takes it out of the books. You got a runner in scoring position. Those are the little things.
So now David Wright is 1 for 2 and a walk today. David 0 for 2 in his career against Ziegler, who, as you would imagine, is very tough on right-hand batters. Mets yesterday were 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Today 1 for 8. Young at second and 1 out. Ziegler facing his 4th batter. Pulled toward the hole, base hit. Young to third. He's being waved home. Tony Ross will throw it to second. The Mets are on the board. David Wright with an RBI single, and it's 3-1.
Well, David continues to hit. Sinker. Didn't sink that much. David covers it. Mets finally get one in.
Well, that's the kind of the yin and yang of hitting, isn't it? What does Ziegler want? A ground ball. He gets a ground ball, but David finds a hole.
42nd RBI for Wright. 2 in front of Marlon Byrd for the club lead. Byrd now the tying run at the plate in a 3-1 game. Marlon is 1 for 3 tonight, singled back in the first inning. And Ziegler runs that sinker low and in. Ball 1. Byrd has done okay against Ziegler. 2 hits and 7 career at bats. Our old friend Heath Bell is up in the Arizona bullpen.
amazing the unknown about a reliever. Ziegler came in with runners on base, as sharp as he could be. On the bench for a half inning and not as sharp this inning.
And that often happens with relief pitchers when they sit between innings, because it's something that often they don't do, especially the 1 or 2 batter at a time type guys. Bird breaks his bat, flares one down the left field line for a base hit. Wright stops at second. Bird lost a bat, gained a hit, and the Mets on the tying runs on base.
He wanted to call timeout. That's called good recovery right there. Just sawed him off and just kind of dunks it in there.
Calls for time too late, doesn't get it.
And you're down 2 runs right here. You know what? If you're in any doubt, you can't run out of an inning. David wisely holds up.
David had a similar play happen to him earlier in the season.
Here comes Kirk Gibson out to the mound. He's got Heath Bell in the bullpen. Bell was the fill-in closer when Putz was on the disabled list and had a very rough time. Gave up home runs in 5 straight appearances. See if Gibson's making the move. He is. That's going to be all for Ziegler, and Bell will come back into Flushing, trying to protect a 3-1 lead. Is brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. By State Farm. Tonight's State Farm agent of the day is Hector Camillo of the Bronx. Contact Hector's office at hectorcamillo.com. And by Audi, truth in engineering. Rocking out at Citi Field. It's got some talent.
Into it. Oh, boy.
Former Met Heath Bell, whose career imploded in Miami last year, on to pitch for the Diamondbacks.
Recovered a little bit, though, this year here in Arizona when he was given the opportunity to save games 13 to 15.
But lately, he's given up runs in 6 of his last 7 appearances. Brad Ziegler faced 5 batters, 3 of them reached. Tying runs are on base for Josh Satin, who's walked and doubled tonight, 1 for 2. And Satin takes a strike.
It's a nasty slider there. Why do you go to this reliever here? Well, Heath Bell, unlike Ziegler, is a guy that can strike out batters.
Wright is at second. Bird the tying run at first with one out. John Buck on deck. Sutton lays off the breaking ball. 1-1.
Well, with the tying run on first base, the winning go-ahead run up, the Diamondbacks not guarding the Lions. See a lot of it in today's game.
Bell now 35 years old. 1-1. And Sutton lays off the breaking ball. The thing about Sutton is he doesn't go out of the strike zone very often.
Sutton reminds me of a hitter. If you'd put him in the piping stripes of the Mets in the 70s and 80s, he would look like one of those hitters, right? He's got the kind of high leg kick, hand-eye coordination kind of swing.
Saying he's Joel Youngblood?
Yeah, there you go. Good call. We'll see if he can get 2 hits for 2 different teams someday.
Not yet.
No.
We'll keep him around the way he's going. 2-1 now to Sutton. And Josh hits a ground ball. Might be 2. Gregorius with the flip to Hill, who almost gets flipped himself. Gregorius should have taken it himself, but instead made the flip. I think he surprised Hill, and they get only 1 out.
And a very kind of a nonchalant. No, not really.
Just
Hill still can't assume. Even though, Gary, I agree with you, it is the correct play for the shortstop to take this on his own. But Hill cannot, presume that he's going to not flip it to him.
So I think you're right, Keith. The only problem for second baseman there is if Gregorius does what he has to do or should have done, you're trying to stay out of his way, too.
So now here's Buck, who's been up 3 times, struck out all 3. Chance to turn that around here with the tying runs on base and 2 out. Mets have been leaving runners all night long. 9 stranded in the first 6 innings. 2 more aboard now with Wright at third and Sutton at first.
Boy, I tell you what, you've got to, as a team, you've got to turn that double play.
Buck, who caught Bell in Miami last year, takes a big cut and misses. Nothing in 1. Been a lot of swings and misses from John lately, but he homered yesterday. Takes inside, a ball and a strike.
I think what we've learned from John is he has one approach. And it worked in April, and it's a struggle now.
Be a good time for it to work.
If he catches up to 1, he can leave the yard.
Yep.
We mentioned Bell gave up home runs in 5 straight appearances. Popped up and foul ground. Hurrying back, Goldschmidt over the shoulder, finds it and makes the play. Beautifully done by Goldschmidt to retire the side. Well, the Mets settle for 1 and leave 2 more, much to the dismay of John Buck. Mets have left 11 runners on base tonight. They're down 3-1. The other two Tigers, other than Alan Trammell, played 20 years for the team.
K-Line,
And how about Ty Cobb? There you go.
Oh, come on. That is hit me in the head.
Yes, exactly.
Cobb played 22 years for the Tigers, second most hits in Major League history, behind Pete Rose. K-Line played 22 years for the Tigers, had 3,007 hits.
Won the batting title when he was 19 years old, right?
20, I think.
20?
He's the youngest man ever.
341.
Nothing to 2 to Cody Ross leading off in the 8th inning. David Hernandez up in the Arizona bullpen. He's been struggling lately.
They gave him an extra hit, 340. I'm being told by Dave Freed, our crack staff of one.
You wouldn't want any more than one, would you? Curveball popped up. Murphy out. Bird in to call. 1 out. Well, folks, it's time for the Verizon Fios upgrade with Ron Darling. Ronnie, take it away.
Well, I think the big upgrade for the Diamondbacks, I was talking to Kirk Gibson yesterday. He said after last year, a disappointment. He got everyone together from the president all the way down to the lowliest of scouts, got them together, and they wanted to get on the same game plan. And the game plan is players who play 27 outs, gamers, guys that are going to go out there and play versatility, different positions, and be able to play them well and really play the game like Kirk Gibson's had. So the upgrade for the Arizona Diamondbacks is really to produce a team full of Kirk Gibson gamers.
Nicely done.
And it was brought to you by Verizon Fios, making life more entertaining with America's fastest, most reliable internet. That's powerful.
I'm very close to my Verizon phone upgrade. I'm around 2 months away.
So, do you know what you're getting?
Yes, I am. I do know what I'm getting. Don't ask. Don't ask.
I was waiting for you to share.
No, I'm not sharing.
If you don't want to tell us, iPhone, Samsung,
Sam's getting the bigger battery in the phone.
It needs to last longer. Yes. Too much texting and talking. You just like your weather apps, I know.
I know that. Yes.
You're going to have your phone attached to a Segway.
We put you out of business, Gary.
You can happily have my weather apps. 3-2 now to Chavez, who's 1 for 3 on the day. A.J. Pollock on deck. Carlos Torres working his second inning of relief, which has often been the case with Carlos. And this is by design. The figuring is that Torres, who was starting games in Las Vegas before he was called up, if the Mets have a need for another starting pitcher, would be the next guy in line.
You know, and I think it's a good thing because a long man is good for a team to have when you're, down in the score. He's doing a great job so far. Let him go as far as you can. Save your other relievers in case you get on top at some point. I like that guy that goes 2 innings. We've seen some games this year where the starting pitcher's gone 6 and a reliever's come in and pitched 3 innings to get one of those old time saves.
Josh Edgin up in the bullpen now for the Mets. Murphy to his right. Nice backhand stop. And the low throw handled by Satin. Nicely done at both ends. 2 out.
Very nice by Murph. Now, remember we mentioned that Murph would always make this play, the backhand, and throw off balance? Look, he has the wherewithal to know it's not a fast runner. Plant. Now, the throw's not good, but at least he planted and took his time. Nicely done. Nice scoop.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now A.J. Pollock, who's 0 for 3. Diamondbacks got all their runs in the first 2 innings against Sean Markham. A 2-run homer for Paul Goldschmidt. And then a run-scoring hit for Aaron Hill. And since then, they've had just 3 hits over the ensuing 6 innings. Mets have had oodles of chances to come back in this game. but they've left 11 runners on base. Pollock drives one to the gap in right center. Lagares on the run. Can't get this one. Backed up nicely by Bird. Pollock trying for 2, and he's in standing with a double. Well, Lagares, who was able to make a brilliant diving catch on Aaron Hill in the last inning, not quite able to get to this one.
Well, this one had the same kind of running away from him, to just out of his reach. Nice back up by Marlin. And the beautiful backhand by Murph now has saved a run.
It's a nice shot of us. I don't know why.
That was the freeze frame. Good hustle, though, by Lagares as Pollock kind of drips that into right center field. Right, Gary?
Left-hand hitter coming up in D.D. Gregorius, and so Terry Collins will make the pitching change. Torres out after an inning and 2/3, and Edgin will pick up from there.
So you have the Caesars Atlantic City numbers, still high ERA, base on balls. Josh trying to find his way through.
Worked a 1-2-3 7th inning in the game yesterday. Trying to build off that as he takes on D.D. Gregorius. Inning and 2/3 for Carlos Torres. 5th time in 7 outings now that Torres has gone more than an inning. Gregorius 1 for 2, an intentional walk his last time up, batting with a runner at second and 2 out. And holds the swing on the pitch away. Ball 1.
Pollock on second base can fly.
And Gregorius pops one up. David Wright rushing in to help out Buck, but Buck takes it himself to retire the side. A double in 1 left. Edgin gets the out he needs. Mets will try again in the bottom of the 8th, down 3-1. Jeremy Hefner will go for the Mets. Patrick Corbin, 9-0 on the season, pitches for the D-backs. Coverage tomorrow on SNY begins at 6 o'clock. David Hernandez comes on for the bottom of the 8th for Arizona.
He's been a real workhorse for them the past couple of seasons, over 70 appearances both years. He can strike you out. 98 punch-outs last season, but also can be wild at 2-hit batters against the Braves in his last outing.
Gave up 4 runs in a third of an inning in that game on Saturday. Juan Lagares leads off in the bottom of the 8th. Mets have left 11 runners on base over the first 7 innings. And Lagares takes up an in from Hernandez, 1-0. Lagares doubled down the left field line in the second. Since then, he's lined to left and struck out 1 for 3. Pours it over for a strike, 1-1. Omar Quintanilla on deck. And then the pitcher's spot. Probably Jordani Valdespin, the only left-hand hitter left on the Mets bench. 2 balls and a strike to Lagares. Wade Miley went 5 2/3, no runs, 6 hits, 4 walks. Somehow did not give up anything. Troy Hawkins up in the Mets bullpen. Brett Ziegler gave up a run in 2/3 of an inning. And Heath Bell got his only 2 hitters. Now Hernandez falling behind on his first hitter, Lagares, 3-1. Diamondback pitchers have walked 5, but only 1 has come around to score. Letter high strike. Lagares thought it might have been high. 3-2.
Again, we talked about Mike Everett's been calling the low pitch. I can see Lagares' beef, absolutely.
Nothing but fastballs from Hernandez. And on 3-2, he pops the fastball up. Aaron Hill retreating. And there's the first out at the bottom of the 8th. Let's check in with the studio. Brian Custer standing by for another game break presented by ChooseNissan.com. You noticed the red jerseys today? Canada Day.
That's right.
That's their national holiday, and they always wear the red jerseys and the maple leaf caps.
I sent a text to my wife, who's from Canada. She did not know it was Canada Day. Shame on her.
Gonna wait too long.
That's right.
Omar Quintanilla has been on base twice tonight with a single and a walk.
Zicky got the win there, I presume.
Yeah, his 8th win.
8-8.
And that gets the Blue Jays back to 500 for the season. And puts them just a game and a half behind the Yankees, who are immediately in front of them in the standings.
We talk about the Dodgers in the NL West. Well, the same thing in the AL East. Toronto's back in it. It looks like one of those masks that they wear for the wrestlers in Mexico.
Ooh, that or some offbeat superhero. Quintanilla drives one to deep right center field. Back goes Parra deep in the gap, and Parra with a great catch, but he dropped the ball. Quintanilla racing for third. He's in safely, and Parra is hurt. Parra made a brilliant catch, but the ball fell out of his glove. No catch, and Parra still down.
He runs a country mile for this ball. Full extension. He had off the heel of his glove, and there's another.
Hit his face.
Yep.
His face and head went right into the ground.
This is a heck of an effort.
Well, he won a Gold Glove 2 years ago playing left field, and made a great effort on this ball. Went a long, long way.
Look at the run here. He just got it off the heel of his glove.
That's one where you break your nose, or, I mean, he fell right on his nose and face.
He'd certainly be concerned about his shoulder too, as hard as he came down.
I don't think he hurt his shoulder, Garrett. I think he just pounded his face into the dirt.
And his arm got bent underneath him too.
That is one effort right there.
Quintanilla will get credit for a triple, but fortunately Parra up to a knee at least, as the trainer attends to him. Well, That was a long drive hit by Quintanilla. That's as far as we've seen him hit a ball. He's hit a couple of home runs, but those were down the line and right. This one a good 390 feet to right center.
I bet you he's going to stay. Oh, I'm not going to bet you, but I think he's going to stay in the game. I think he's got dirt under his eyes all over. He just got to
Trying to shake it off, maybe, huh, Keith?
We'll find out. What an effort.
Well, Gerardo Parra has been a very, very important piece for the Diamondbacks this year. Everyday player for the first time, leadoff hitter, getting on base, providing opportunities for Goldschmidt, who's been driving in runs and leads the league in RBIs.
That's why he's got gold on his mantle.
I don't know if he's down this long, not getting up.
Yeah. He might be a little woozy too.
You know, where he is situated. There's the play again.
He's got it. He just got it on the heel of his glove.
Arm got folded under him, face hit hard. So you worry about concussion in situations like this too, and that's something that every medical staff is so conscious of these days.
Well, they got him some water. Where he's situated, he's closer to going to the tunnel to get back to his locker than to come back across the field. I think he's staying in. You don't grab some water unless you're staying in.
Yep.
Well, up on his feet, getting a hand from the crowd here at Citi Field. Now the question is, can he continue?
Well, I mentioned Gibson's gamers before. Moved to the top of the list.
I wonder also, could he have swallowed something?
Could have done that too.
If it's chewing gum or tobacco or something that might have.
I don't think anything was spared when he fell.
Yeah.
I mean, just about everything that could hit, tumble, be folded under.
You got your bullpen teammates sitting right there watching close up. Yeah, he is really struggling. Whatever it is, it would be hard to imagine at this point him staying in the game, but we'll see. Got EMS people out there to make sure in case there's anything acute that they can do. Meanwhile, David Hernandez, the pitcher, standing around, not throwing any warm-up pitches.
Well, there comes a certain point where you got to do one thing or the other here. Either he's got to be taken into the clubhouse or you resume play.
And you know, these EMS workers are the kind of people who know what questions to ask.
Yeah, I'm not sure he can walk off.
Yeah.
I think that's the question here, whether he can walk off on his own.
They've got the bullpen right there. Oh, he's all right. Look at him.
Well, he intends to stay in. Let's see.
Very nice.
No glove.
He's coming out.
Yep.
Well, at least he's able to walk, and we're happy for that. So Gerardo Parra, after making a valiant effort to catch that long drive hit by Quintanilla, comes out of the game. Jason Kubel comes on the field. He'll go into left, I would imagine, and they'll move Ross to right. So Parra continues the long walk off the field.
I'm still surprised he came this way. If he went through the bullpen, they could have a golf cart. He'd be back in the locker room in 2 minutes.
So Parra comes out. And he gets a nice hand from the assembled crowd here.
Boy, look at the scrapes on his right forearm from the fall. Nothing was spared.
That was an effort. Well, you got a pitcher out there now who's got wild tendencies. Let's see what this delay does for him. Hernandez.
Mets will have Jordani Valdespin coming up to pinch hit for the pitcher. And he'll represent the tying run at the plate in a 3-1 game as Parra makes his way down the dugout steps and into the clubhouse.
Well, one more time, huh? Look at him run for this ball. Boy.
Good effort by Pollock to get over there to pick it up. Otherwise, Quintanilla might have circled the bases.
Boy, if he had caught that baseball, it would have reminded me of the Aaron Rowan catch almost.
The one in Philadelphia. So Kubel comes in to play left. Cody Ross will move from left to right. It's a triple for Quintanilla, his second triple. And the Mets have the tying run at the plate again with Jordani Valdespin. Valdespin, the pinch hitter. Batting for Josh Edgin. Eric Young on deck. Mets now with 9 hits. They need a big hit. And Valdespin takes a curveball down for ball 1. So after throwing nothing but fastballs, Hernandez mixing in the breaking ball after the long delay.
You know, Valdespin not having a great season, but he's got a reputation off the bench. They got to beware.
Then Jordani jumps back from the fastball, 2-0.
It's always amazing to me. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. These guys who come out of the bullpen, when they get on a little streak, it seems to last 2 or 3 appearances.
Valdespin just 3 for 25 as a pinch hitter, but one of those 3 a home run. And he pops this one up. Goldschmidt is calling in foul ground. And holding at third is Quintanilla. So Valdespin unable to produce. And that's the second out. So for a Mets team that's been leaving runners in scoring position virtually every inning, they're in danger of leaving one again.
Boy, I tell you, this is like an exercise in futility.
Mets are 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position.
The worst that can happen there, you would think, in handling the bat, is a ground ball that produces a run.
So it's left to Eric Young to try and make something out of this inning. It's not just that the Mets have left 11 runners on base, it's how many they've left in scoring position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 already in the first 7 innings. Young has walked twice tonight. He scored a run, otherwise 0 for 2. If Young can keep the inning going, Daniel Murphy would be next. And sails high from Hernandez, 1-1. Hernandez trying to set it up for J.J. Putz, who came off the disabled list Saturday and would pitch the ninth. Plays off the breaking ball, 2-1.
No one up in the bullpen for Arizona. That lone left-hander is not up in case Murph comes up.
Tony Sipp is that only lefty. Now on 2-1, Young swings and misses at a fastball, 2-2.
He just can't catch up to this fastball. He's thrown the 2 strikes right by him.
Bobby Parnell hoping the Mets can at least tie it and give him a shot in the ninth. 2-2. Too high. 3-2 to Young. Well, the Mets would love to get Murphy to the plate against Hernandez in this spot. Diamondback pitchers have already walked 5 tonight.
We just got a piece of that. Just by a hair. There's chinny chin chin here.
Seventh pitch of the at bat coming from Hernandez to Young. Fouls off another one. A little better cut as he goes.
Well, if you're Hernandez, Ronnie, shoot, you got Young up here, not a power hitter, much better hitter in the on-deck circle. Young also hitting from his weak side. You can't walk this man. It's just 3-2. You got to bring the cheddar.
Yeah, just challenge him.
There's no surprise here.
Young's had 1 home run this year. He pulls that one down the line. Extra base hit for Young. Quintanilla scores. Young racing for second, and he'll pull in there with an RBI double. It's 3-2. Eric Young gets the Mets within a run.
2 fastballs through by him. This one right down the pipe, and he got the head out. He ripped this one down the corner. There's your clutch hit.
Well, he's been nothing but clutch since he's joined the Mets.
So now Daniel Murphy will get a crack at getting that tying run home from second. Murph is 1 for 4 tonight. Single to center back in the 5th. And Kirk Gibson going out to the mound, not to make a pitching change, but to talk strategy and perhaps a little bit of motivation.
Well, you can't be even thinking of pitching around Murph. So certainly it's got to be to face David Wright. Certainly got to be motivational. Hernandez has to know how to face Murphy here.
Home plate umpire Mike Everett out quick here to break up the tea party.
That's a couple of times we've seen Kirk Gibson instead of Charles Nagy.
Yeah.
So now Murphy. Mets now have 10 hits. But there's still a run behind. You see what Murphy's done with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. He's been money. Trying to get Young home from second with the tying run with David Wright waiting on deck. And it goes to the backstop. And Young goes to third, takes a turn, and stops there.
Supposed to be a fastball away. He misses his target by 3 feet.
Talk about overthrowing here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fastball in. Holds on it too long and almost hits Murphy.
Well, the wild pitch puts the tying run at third with 2 out. Mets could use 1 more of those to tie the game. Well, Hernandez had a very rough go of it on Saturday night in Atlanta. And trying to fight himself here in the 8th inning. He's given up a long triple and a ringing double. And now the tying run at third. 1-0 to Murphy. 2-0. Chaz Rowe, just recalled today from the minor leagues, is up in the Arizona bullpen.
Good pitch to hit right here from Murph.
2-0 to Murphy. And he popped it up. Gregorius with the angle. Kubel coming in to call. And Kubel puts it away to retire the side. Mets get a run on Eric Young's RBI double, but still a run shy as we go to the 9th. Sports Night after the post game. Big Knicks trade. More news on the Nets as well. And we'll have baseball on Geico Sports Night tonight after the post game right here on SNY. LaTroy Hawkins will try and keep this a one-run game as we go to the ninth.
A big inning here for LaTroy, who 40 hits in that 33 1/3 innings pitch. Hasn't walked many though.
LaTroy last pitch Saturday night, a hitless inning against the Nationals. Martin Prado, the pinch hitter, leading off in the top of the ninth, and takes a strike from Hawkins. Prado, the centerpiece of the big trade that the Diamondbacks made with the Braves, sending Justin Upton on his way, and it's been a rough year for Prado so far. They love his attitude. He can play anywhere, but certainly not producing what they hoped that he would.
They say, think of him as a 300 hitter, don't you, Keith?
Yeah, and I think that they say that the Upton trade, him being the big guy in it, he's just putting a little pressure on himself.
Cutter misses off the plate. 2-1 to Prado. Jason Kubel on deck, and then Aaron Hill in the top of the ninth.
Remember, Atlanta went into Arizona early this season, and Upton had a huge series against the Diamondbacks. I'm sure that didn't help.
Toward the middle of the diamond, and Quintanilla flashes over and throws out Prado, one away. So 1 out and nobody on, and now Jason Kubel will bat for the first time. Kubel came in when Gerardo Parra got hurt. Kubel came to the Diamondbacks last year, got off to a tremendous start, wound up hitting 30 home runs, but has seen his role reduced this year with the emergence of Parra as an everyday player. And he takes a fastball for a strike.
He had an amazing first half last year for this team. Kubel and Kadire, who's doing pretty well this year, were cornerstones in that offense in Minnesota for so long with Mauer and Morneau.
Final in Washington, the Nats have beaten the Brewers 10-5. Jordan Zimmerman goes to 12-3 on the year.
Wow.
And now Terry Collins is coming out. Not sure what this is all about.
Something's happening.
Candlesticks make a good gift. I have no idea, do you?
No. None. They're going to put the big shift on. Kubel, Quintanilla up the middle. You see David Wright in the shortstop's position. Murph way out in the outfield grass. Kubel's another one of those left-hand hitters, all or nothing. He likes to lift and pull. Look at the uppercut.
The mask of Buck. You know, just from the way David was gesturing, I wonder whether it was about defensive positioning and whether there was some disagreement about where they should be playing against Kubel. Because they had set up for the with Quintanilla on the other side of the bag, and now he's back on the left side of the bag. Curveball from Hawkins misses 1 and 2.
Well, it's interesting. You probably have a pitcher who knows Kubel very well. He knows how he's going to go after him. Maybe was thinking that, hey, don't take my fastball away from me by playing him so to pull.
Now LaTroy's ahead on the count 1 and 2 with Aaron Hill waiting on deck. And Kubel goes down swinging. 2 out.
But when you big uppercut, you can't hit a high fastball. That's a high backdoor slider. You swing under it. It makes you just a very belt high and low hitter. Belt high knees, excuse me.
2 out and nobody on. Now Aaron Hill, who has swung the bat very well tonight. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning, single to left to drive in a run in the second, ripped a double to left in the fifth, and then was robbed of a hit on a terrific catch by Lagares in right center in the seventh. And Hawkins keeps the ball away from him, ball 1.
big out here. Despite Goldschmidt has had a couple strikeouts, he also has that big 2-run home run, which is kind of the difference in this game. You don't want him up here in the 9th inning.
Mets have a chance. They've got the heart of their order coming up in the bottom of the 9th. With David Wright to lead off against J.J. Putz, who's getting ready in the bullpen. There's J.J., the former Met, who, when healthy, is as good as anybody. Ooh, drilled into left field. Another hit for Aaron Hill. Boy, he's had a terrific night swinging the bat. His 3rd hit could have easily been 4.
And as Ronnie said, more importantly, gets the Goldschmidt up there with the big bat.
Goldschmidt hit a 2-run homer, 3rd batter of the game against Sean Markham, and that has held up. Diamondbacks scored 3 in the first 2 innings against Markham. Mets have fought back with a run in the 7th and a run in the 8th. And now Goldschmidt takes another crack at it here in the 9th. First time Hawkins has faced him. Goldschmidt 1 for 4 on the night. He's struck out a couple of times. And LaTroy keeps it away from him, ball 1.
Well, back in the 1st inning, that was the first pitch that he saw off Markham. And that's a home run in the old ballpark. Or I shouldn't say the old ballpark. That would be Shea.
The old configuration of this ballpark.
Correct. It wasn't a cheapie.
We saw somebody hit a home run last night in a place we had never seen before. In the front of the Acela Club, the one that Ian Desmond hit off Anthony Recker last night.
Knocked Kevin Spotted T over earlier this evening when he was giving his report.
Hawkins holding it as though he was expecting Hill to be stealing. Hill was not a base stealer.
Hill will not go with Goldschmidt up with 20 home runs.
Right down the middle for a strike. 1-1.
Shouldn't be getting too many signs here from the 3rd base coach.
Yeah, right.
What are you signs in the first at bat?
What are you looking for? 2 outs.
Sign a swing the bat. One and 2 now to Goldschmidt.
Seen so far, the pitch down gives him a little bit of problem.
Here's that home run yesterday by Ian Desmond. Look where this goes. Oh, short hop the windows. Now Hawkins ahead of the count, 1-2. Just off the corner, 2-2. Miguel Montero would be next. Now the 2-2 to Goldschmidt. Did he go? He went around, strike 3. Goldschmidt is struck out for the 3rd time tonight, and Hawkins puts up a 0 in the top of the 9th. Now the Mets on the heart of the batting order with Wright to lead off against J.J. Putz, with the Mets down 3-2. Mets have put up 10 hits tonight. David Wright an RBI single in the 7th. Eric Young an RBI double in the 8th, accounting for the 2 Met runs. But the Mets have left 12 on base, which would match their most in a 9-inning game this year. And now they'll try and rally against J.J. Putz, making his 2nd appearance since coming off the disabled list.
Yeah, disabled list with the elbow strain. So just coming back to the Diamondbacks. Mets not only with those 10 hits, but 5 walks also.
So they've left 12 runners on base. Putz has made 1 outing since coming back. That was Saturday against the Braves. Gave up a hit in a 3rd of an inning. David Wright 2 for 3 and a walk tonight. Drove in the first Met run with a 7th inning single. And the former Met Putz starts him off with a splitter. Strike 1.
Good pitch.
Wow, that was had some cheddar on it for a breaking pitch. A slider, wasn't it, Ron?
Yeah, David's sitting on a fastball, but why wouldn't you run down? Put it in a good spot.
Putz in his 3rd year with Arizona. Pitched for the Mets back in 09. Ball and a strike to right with Bird and Satin to follow. Wright is 0 for 2 in his career against J.J. Putz. And he pulls one over the bag, but right there is Chavez to play it, but the bouncing throw gets there on target, and Wright is retired. Well, Chavez was playing right on the line, and that's where he needed to be.
Well, that's the rule. We don't see it a lot. And he's playing so far back, it doesn't mean you have to hug the line.
And he did this on purpose, by the way. The 1-hop throw to first base.
It's almost a 2-hopper.
2-hopper.
Yes, it is. Bowling for dollars.
He didn't mean to do the 2-hopper on purpose.
Well, now Marlon Bird. Bird is 2 for 4 today, and he's got good career numbers against Putz. 4 hits and 7 career at bats. And again, Chavez is right along that line at 3rd. Up and in to Marlin, 0-1. Mets are 13 and 14 in 1-run games this year. The Diamondbacks 18 and 11, best in the National League. That's why they've been able to stay over 500 and in first place in the NL West. 0-1 to Bird, and Marlin lifts one foul, 0-2. Josh Satin, who's had another good night with the bat, waiting on deck. 2 years ago, in his first year in Arizona, Putz saved 45 games for an Arizona team that went to the postseason. 32 saves last year.
That trade that seems like yesterday. J.J. Putz, Sean Green, Jeremy Reed came over to the Mets. I remember Jason Vargas went from the Mets to Seattle and had some good years.
Mets sent Mike Karp away in that trade as well. He's emerged as a big league player.
Bird hits one to deep left center field. Back goes Kubel to the warning track. Back at the wall. He can't get it. Off the fence. Bird into second base with a 1-out double. Well, Marlin didn't miss tying the game by much. Banging it off the fence in left center for a 2-base hit.
Well, Kubel not known for his glove here. I don't think if Cody Ross was in left field, that almost 1 out. That needed a couple more inches.
You can't get any closer than that.
Terry Collins is going to come out and ask for a review, but it certainly appeared as though it hit the orange line, which means that it is in play and not a home run.
Not a home run.
He just wants to ask the umpires to talk amongst themselves and see if it's worthy of a review.
Well, it's much like the ball that Roger Bernardina hit off the top of the fence in right field on Saturday, and the umpires declined to review. I think they'll decline to review this one too.
No, they're going to go take a look. Well, you know what? I don't think that's a bad play. Be sure. That's why it's there.
And you know what? It's going to be a real quick decision too.
So 3 of the umpires head off.
Remember now,
one more time.
Power left this game with that attempt and that great attempt on that catch, the triple off the bat of Quintanilla. Kubel came into the game not known for his defense, but I don't think Cody Ross is going to make that play.
Yeah, especially because Ross is left-handed, would have made that play even more difficult.
Yes. Also, although playing no doubles, he would have he has times more speed. Now, I'm not saying he's going to make the catch. It was as hard as it gets.
Well, the Mets certainly are hoping that this is overturned, but from what we were able to see, it's hardly likely that it will be. But at least they have the tying run in scoring position with a red-hot hitter in Josh Satin coming up.
Another 3 hits for Bird as July comes to pass.
Well, he broke his back, got a base hit after he was trying to call time his last time up in the 7th. This a much more lusty clout. For Bird, this will be his 13th double of the year to go with 12 home runs and a triple. So he has really fulfilled exactly what the Mets have needed in their outfield, the consistent extra base power.
I find it a little funny. I don't know if we get a shot of it, but what happened immediately after the umpires went in to see it, here they come. And they'll stay with the play.
So they confirm not a home run, and properly so. And Bird knew it.
I was going to say that all the people look up to our booth to find out if it's a home run or not. One more look. I mean, you can't get any closer.
Took him only a minute and 34 seconds to review. So now the tying run at second with 1 out. That's the 11th hit of the game. And now Josh Satin bats. Satin 1 for 3 and a walk. He drilled a double back in the 6th. Bobby Parnell, in case there's a 10th inning, getting himself ready. So puts after getting right on a hard ground ball with Chavez perfectly positioned. Gives up the long double to Bird. And now Satin trying to get that tying run home. And Josh takes it high, ball 1.
When you started this season, did you ever think on July 1st you'd say to yourself, boy, Satin gives us a real good chance here?
Did a lot of things like that this year, haven't there? Marlon Byrd, cleanup hitter. 1-0 to Satin with Buck on deck. Josh takes a strike. 1-1. .35-year-old J.J. Putz trying to get back to form after a month and a half on the DL. And Satin lines one, base hit. Bird is being waved around. Here comes Kubel's throw to the plate. And Bird is safe. The ball gets away. Down to second goes Satin. The Mets have tied it. Aggressive base coaching by Tim Tuffle to wave Bird home. Josh Satin comes through with the game-tying hit.
Hanging slider right on it. Boy, oh boy, Tuff really rolled the dice here. If he hangs on to this ball, it's out. He's out. No, he beat under the tag anyway. He was in there. His foot gets there before the tag.
He was not even at third base when Tuff made the call, and you have to make the call. John Buck, 3 punch-outs and a pop-up. You've got to be aggressive. Never ever came with the baseball.
And there's Satin right there, advancing on the air.
They've called an error on the catcher Montero for failing to hold that ball, so a base hit could win it for New York, and Buck bangs one off his leg. 0-1.
And again, I reiterate this, and no one's going to ever change it. It's perfect to have your mask on as a catcher when you're catching the ball behind the plate. Here's a Mets reaction. But it's got to compromise your eyesight when you're catching the ball 1 hop from an outfielder.
It's really a comment on Buck right now that they're choosing to pitch to him with first base open and the rookie Lagares on deck. Winning run at second with 1 out. Buck 0 for 4 tonight, 3 strikeouts and a foul pop-up. And almost went to the backstop. That would have been huge. 1-1.
Wow. Backhanded by Montero. What's great about this game, could have an 0 for 4 working, all washed away with one swing.
Yeah, it's the best redeemer there is.
23 straight games now. The Diamondbacks will not get a win for their starter. Wade Miley left with a chance to win, has a chance no longer. Satin at second and 1 out. And Buck swings and misses. 1-2.
Beat upstairs with the fastball and inside.
Lone save for Putz, his 5th of the year. 1-2 to Buck. Up and away. 2-2. Buck against Putz, 2 for 3 with a home run in his career. Lagares on deck. John has seen his average shrink to 205, but one base hit here could change all that. Two for Putz. Too high. 3-2. Well, Putz can mess around. He's got a base to play with here.
You can mess around, but a lot of times with certain hitters, Gary, Buck, the guy would be up, you'd want to throw a 3-2 breaking ball, but not against John Buck. The fastball up and in is the pitch.
Mets have 12 hits. They need one more. Ball 4. So now Lagares will get the opportunity. Lagares has already contributed with his defense tonight.
Well, wouldn't this be a nice cap on an evening for the Mets? The two youngsters coming through here as Charles Nagy goes out, the pitching coach, talks to Putz. But wouldn't it be wonderful if Lagares and Satin are the heroes of the day?
Mets know a little bit about walking off at home, don't they, Gary?
Well, they've already had 6 walk-off wins this year of their 15 home victories. Tonight, they were down 3-0 going to the 7th. A run in the 7th, a run in the 8th, and a run home here in the 9th. And now Juan Lagares, who's 1 for 4 on the day, will come up.
Lagares, when he's at his best, has really worked hard on trying to hit the ball the other way. Let's see if he can do that here against Putz.
Satin, the potential winning run at second. And Lagares pops it up. On comes Ross in shallow right field. And that's the second out. So Lagares' first pitch swinging flies to shallow right. And now 2 out and 2 on, and Omar Quintanilla will try and get that winning run home. Quintanilla's had a terrific night at the plate. An opposite field single in the 2nd, a walk in the 6th, and then in the 8th, he clubbed one to very deep right center field. Gerardo Parra nearly made the catch of the year, but hurt himself in the process, did not make the catch, and Quintanilla wound up with a triple. So Omar's 2 for 3 tonight. Facing J.J. Putz for the first time. 2 out and 2 on, last of the 9th, 3-3 game. And Quintanilla takes a strike.
Splitter. Up. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. That's sitting there on a tee, isn't it?
Bouncing away. Satin goes to third. Buck to second, and he's out. And the inning is over. A run that meant absolutely nothing. Buck trying to advance, and he's thrown out to end the inning. Inexplicable. Montero with a perfect throw. Buck is out. And we move on to the 10th inning. Mets and Diamondbacks tied at 3. Play left field. He'll bat ninth. Eric Young moves from left field to center field. So the new pitcher, Bobby Parnell, goes in the 7th spot as Lagares comes out.
You know, the last outing, of course, did not go well for Bobby. Gave up 2 runs and a loss to the Washington Nationals.
And as he did in that game, he comes into a tie game, this time in the 10th inning. The Diamondbacks have been uniquely successful in extra innings this year. They are 9-2 in extra inning games. The Mets, who have played a couple of very long games this year, are 3-5. Miguel Montero leads off in the 10th inning and fouls back the first offering from Parnell. Let's go back to John Buck.
Yes.
Trying to advance on a short, wild pitch. The only run that mattered was Satin. He went to third. Why was Buck trying to go to second?
Well, it's not only that. He sat and got the good jump, anticipated that. What Buck did, if we see it again, he looked to see to make sure Satin went, and then he went. That delay right there should have stopped him from going. I mean, he's caught 9 innings. He's not a fast runner anyways. That's a tough play.
And I'll say this. Very heads-up play by Montero. The catcher, that was a very heady play.
Right, if he makes a bad throw there and throws him to center field,
well, he threw the back runner. I mean, he could have just got the ball, let it go. He could have ate the ball, but he was heads up. He raced after it. Now watch Buck here on the right. Watch him look and hesitate. There, a little bit of hesitation. But look at Montero. That is heads up right there. That's a big league play by Montero.
Montero 0 for 3 and a walk tonight as he leads off in the 10th inning. Takes a rip at a fastball, 2-2. Cody Ross on deck, then Eric Chavez in the 10th.
I still think seeing Buck at second base, hands on his knees, bent over, revealed exactly how he felt about the play. Just can't get thrown out. But not to take away from the athleticism of Montero trying to make up for the ball he dropped.
In the air to left, Brown coming over toward the line. 1 out. Now Sean Markham is now off the hook. He went 6 innings, allowed 3 runs and 6 hits, all 3 in the first 2 innings, and then settled in after that. Carlos Torres, an inning and 2/3. No runs, 2 hits. Josh Edgin retired, the only batter to face him. LaTroy Hawkins worked a scoreless 9th as the Mets rallied for a run in each of the last 3 innings to get even.
June 5th to July 1st. Still no win for a Diamondback starter.
23 consecutive games. Here's Cody Ross, 1 for 3 and a walk. Bobby Parnell has had more than his share of decisions this year. As a closer, you expect the number in the save line to be full, not the win and loss line. Parnell is 5-4 in half a season.
Well, he hasn't gotten as many save opportunities. These are the kind of games he has pitched in. Game tied, at home, late.
That's playing the outfield extremely deep against the power of Cody Ross in a no double situation. I mean, Eric Young is backed up 390 feet in center field. It seems a little excessive.
There he is.
I know he is not as confident playing on balls over his head as Juan Lagares is. Two 1 to Ross, and the breaking ball fouled off. 2-2. Eric Chavez on deck.
Well,
Ross has good numbers against Parnell. 3 hits and 7 career at bats. Cody Ross once had a 3 home run game against the Mets when he played for the Marlins way back when. 2-2. Little bloop foul backing out of play.
I would say that pound for pound has about as much pop as anyone in the big leagues.
Again, the 2-2. Popped it up. Shallow center. A long way to come for Eric Young, who's playing so deep. And he gets there to make the catch. Fortunately for Eric, a lot of air under that ball.
He had to run a 220 here to catch this ball.
It reminds me of a season ago when Neuenhuis was playing in center field. Same kind of situation, last out of the game, and was not able to pull it off.
Well, earlier this year, Parnell on a ball like that, Colin Cowgill allowed it to fall in for a hit that cost him a blown save. 2 out and nobody on. Now Eric Chavez is 1 for 4. Murphy made a nice play and threw him out his last time up, and Chavez takes a strike. In the bottom of the 10th, the Mets will have 8, 9, and 1 in the order. That's Quintanilla, Brown, and Young due up, and if anybody gets on, then Murphy. Josh Colmenter is up in the bullpen for Arizona. He's been very good. And Chaz Rowe, who was just called up today, he has not yet pitched in a major league game. He's up as well.
Colmenter threw a couple of innings in yesterday's ball game, so right back at it.
The tomahawk thrower, he can go every day.
Iron Mike.
We're up throwing tomahawks, and he's got that straight over the top delivery. Two out and nobody on. Parnell ahead on Chavez, 1 and 2. On those two-seamers, 2 and 2.
Well, trying to keep the ball down, staying away from that knuckle curve so far to Chavez.
Two. Lifted foul. Gary Collins double switched Parnell in with Brown, which means that he'd like to get 2 innings out of Parnell if the game goes that long, but you don't want him throwing 20+ pitches in his first inning if that's going to be the case. So he'd like to take care of Chavez right here. 2-2 and another foul ball. He's thrown at least 5 pitches to each of the hitters so far. Seventh pitch of the at bat coming to Eric Chavez. High fly ball left center field. Young and Brown, and Young takes charge on the warning track. Side retired. 1, 2, 3 on 3 fly balls. Mets come up in the bottom of the 10th, tied at 3. Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. By Optimum, Mets games are available in superior HD TV on Optimum TV. By 5-Hour Energy Shots. By the 2013 Lexus RX. And by the Atlantic City Food and Wine Festival, a 4-day extravaganza July 25th through the 28th. Tickets are available at acfoodandwine.com. Bottom of the 10th inning, tied at 3, and Chaz Rowe makes his major league debut.
Well, you see his numbers this year. He has over 170 games in the minor leagues. He played independent ball for the Laredo Lemurs. I didn't know they had Lemurs in Laredo, but here he is, his chance.
Began as a first-round draft pick by the Rockies back in 05 out of Lexington, Kentucky, and now 8 years later makes his big league debut. Tie game, last of the 10th. Omar Quintanilla leads off. Quintanilla was left at the plate when Buck was thrown out, trying to advance on a short wild pitch to end the bottom of the 9th. Andrew Brown in the 9-hole is on deck. Eric Young behind him. That's rallied against Ziegler, Hernandez, and Putz to get this game even. And now hoping to win it against Rowe in his first big league outing. Quintanilla 2 for 3 and a walk tonight. Rowe's dad played football at the University of Kentucky. That's why he grew up in Lexington. Hit hard. Base hit. Third hit of the 9th for Omar Quintanilla to get the Mets started in the bottom of the 10th.
Well, Quintanilla, little fire plug here, gets a slider. Gets things started for the Mets. Remember, he just broke out of a slump recently.
His hits come in bunches, don't they?
Now, what do you do if you're Terry Collins? Andrew Brown, a guy who is up here for his power. Do you ask him to bunt?
I would bunt. The top of the order coming up, I'd bunt.
I'd let him swing the bat.
First at bat of the night for Brown. It came in a double switch in the top of the inning.
Looks like he's swinging. Nope.
Asked to bunt, bunts and fouled. One of the reasons Andrew Brown is in the major leagues is because Mike Baxter failed to get a bunt down in a big spot about 3 weeks ago.
These guys who have been middle of the plate hitters their entire career just have a hard time bunting. My theory, always give them one shot with the bat. If they don't get it, then maybe bunt on the second strike.
I think that I have a hunch that Terry see that one little effort at the bunt. He's not used to bunting Brown. Come on, he's been a hitter his whole life. That he may take it off and let him swing now.
I like your thinking about top of the order coming up, but I've seen this happen too many times.
Oh, they're going to bunt.
Does square. Comes toward his head, a breaking ball that he ducks out of the way of.
Well, one thing, he shortened distance because he's doing something which is a good thing. When he squares around the bunt, there's the signs by Tough. He moves up a couple of steps. That's going to make sure that ball stays fair, or helps it stay fair. But it shortened that distance, almost got domed by a curveball. See how he scoots up and right at him?
He could took one for the team right there.
Hey.
He did have a sacrifice bunt in one of his first games for the Mets back on May the 9th against the Pirates. And he gets this bunt down beautifully. And Rowe is going to have to put the tag on Brown himself. And Quintanilla down to second, carrying the winning run.
Well, nicely done. I know that Andrew Brown was up there and nervous. He's not used to bunting. And it's a big spot. Even, it's for him, this young man. It's his chance to get back in the big leagues again. He gets it down. Got to feel good. Nicely done.
Luckily, Rowe is a good fielder with some speed because there was no one around. I'll have to say, for a guy that has always been a middle of the plate hitter, that was pretty good mechanics on that bunt.
So Brown gets the job done. And now the Mets again are a base hit away from winning this game with Eric Young at the plate. Young had an RBI double against David Hernandez in the 8th. That played in the Mets' second run. Now Quintanilla in scoring position with one out of the bottom of the 10th. How nervous must Chaz Rowe be? First big league outing and the game on the line. And Young fouls one at the plate, 0-1.
I will say one thing. He's come out throwing strikes. Usually a person in this situation would be all over the place. So Kudos to that. But you're right, Gary. Staring an L right in the face. What's going through his mind?
The Mets now have 13 hits. They've left 13 runners on base tonight. Young's been on base 3 times tonight, a double and 2 walks. And Eric grounds one of the second basemen. Hill makes the play for the second out, and Quintanilla over to third. So now Daniel Murphy will come up, and if you're the Diamondbacks, you got a choice. You got Murphy, you got Wright, you got Bird. Who do you want to face?
Murph. I know Murphy's numbers are amazing. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. But again, because you have these bases, Gary, you can be very careful. You don't ever have to give in. This guy might not have experience in the major leagues. Certainly has experience in pitching everywhere.
Murphy 1 for 5 tonight. Winning run at third and 2 out, last of the 10th. Yeah, Murphy takes it high. Ball 1. Mets got nothing against the starter Wade Miley, despite 10 base runners in 5 2/3, but they scored 3 against the Diamondbacks bullpen. Now looking for the winner. And Murphy hits one in the air to right field, and Cody Ross is right there waiting for it. And we will play on into the 11th inning. So yet another opportunity bypassed for the Mets. A leadoff hit, but they leave their 14th runner on base, still tied at 3. Bobby Parnell has to go a second inning tonight as we go to the 11th. Pitched a 1-2-3-10th on 3 fly balls. A.J. Pollock leads off in the top of the 11th. 1 for 4, doubled his last time up. And Pollock takes a letter high strike. Didi Gregorius on deck, and then the pitcher's spot for the Diamondbacks, who still have 3 players left on their bench, one of whom presumably is unavailable. That's Willie Bloomquist, who has a hand injury. They also have the switch hitting Cliff Pennington and their backup catcher Will Nieves. Pollock bounces one off his leg, of foul ball, and it's 0-2. While the Diamondbacks bullpen has given up 3 runs, the Met bullpen has been spotless so far. Torres, Edgin, Hawkins, and Parnell have combined for 4 scoreless innings. The Diamondbacks 3 runs and 9 hits. The Mets 3 runs and 13 hits. Drive toward right center field, but over there is Bird to grab it. 1 hard out in the 11th.
Well, that no doubles pays off, doesn't it?
Hit it too good right there. It's the 5th time that Parnell has gone over an inning of work in a game.
Longest outing, 2 innings this year for Parnell. Now he faces Didi Gregorius, and Bobby's not been overpowering so far. Eric Chavez just missed against him in the 10th. Pollock hit the ball hard to start the 11th. Gregorius 1 for 3, singled and scored back in the 2nd, which was the last time the Diamondbacks scored. And he went around on that half swing, 0-1. Well, Willie Bloomquist apparently is available.
All hands on deck.
No pun intended. Got hit on the hand by a pitch on Wednesday and had not swung a bat until today, but ready to go now. Gregorius swings over the fastball, and it's 0-2. Diamondbacks got a 2-run homer from Goldschmidt in the first, a run-scoring single from Aaron Hill in the second, and the Mets have held them scoreless ever since. Sean Markham went the first 6. Gregorius slaps one to short. Quintanilla circling in and throws out Gregorius, 2 down. So 2 up and 2 set aside for Parnell in the top of the 11th. And it will not be Bloomquist. He has gone back to the dugout, and Chaz Rowe is going to bat for himself.
Well, 2 outs. You're going to let Rowe go as long as he can. Bloomquist up there in case Gregorius had an extra base hit.
Mets will have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up in the bottom of the 11th, and apparently it's going to be Rowe to face them. Got himself out of a jam in the 10th inning. Leadoff hit, runner in scoring position, major league debut, no problem.
I wonder if he even had a bat. He's got to have borrowed someone else's bat.
Well, he just got here today.
Yeah,
They put
no chance.
Trevor Cahill on the DL, made room for him. He was a 200 lifetime hitter in the minor leagues. Takes a good rip, but he strikes out to end the inning. So Parnell 6 up and 6 down in relief. Now the Mets will try and win it for him with the heart of the batting order. David Wright to lead off. Well, the captain front and center leading off in the bottom of the 11th inning in a 3-3 game.
2 for 4 for David with an RBI and a walk.
And now getting to face Chaz Rowe in his first major league outing, about to start his second inning. Wright, Bird, and Satin due up for the Mets. They've all had productive nights at the plate. The only problem the Mets have had is getting runners home. 14 runners left on base in the first 10 innings. David drove in his 42nd run back in the 7th inning, the first Met run of the night. That's we're down 3-0 going to the 7th. They got a run against Brad Ziegler on Wright's hit in the 7th. A run against David Hernandez on Eric Young's double in the 8th. And they tied it against J.J. Putz on Josh Satin's hit in the 9th. Bird, who has 3 hits tonight, waiting on deck. And Wright takes a slider off the plate, 1-1. Last time up to lead off the 9th against Putz, David scorched one along the third baseline, but Chavez, playing right on the line, was able to make the stop and throw him out.
There again.
Another breaking ball. That's in for a strike. And it's 1-2.
Young man, well, I shouldn't say young man. Yeah. He's coming in, he's throwing strikes. He's not afraid. Yeah, he's more Abe Lincoln than young man.
He's come in wise. 1-2 to Wright. That one's wide, keeping that breaking ball away from him. 2-2. David Wright has 1 walk-off home run in his career. It came in 2009 off Heath Bell, who's already pitched tonight. He's the one reliever who hasn't given up a run for the Diamondbacks. Blowing away with the fastball, and it's 3-2.
Common mistake of any pitcher, not making your first appearance. 3-2. You want to go with your breaking ball, but you want to throw it for a strike. That combination can be deadly.
And Wright golfs one foul.
David's got one thing in mind, doesn't he?
Yeah, you're right. He wants the yard ball.
David Aardsma would be the next Met pitcher if we go to the 12th. As they've gotten 5 scoreless out of their bullpen. Again, the 3-2 from Rowe, and it's inside, ball 4, and the Mets again have the winning run aboard. That's 7 walks for Diamondbacks pitching tonight. And now Marlon Byrd will come up. Byrd is 3 for 5, 2 singles and a double that barely missed, being a home run in the 9th inning. Get right on the orange stripe atop the left field wall.
David wants to steal a bag here. Now's the time.
He's got 14 steals and only been caught once.
Double play depth, of course, in the infield. Outfield straight up against Bird and deep.
They've been trying to get a read on this rookie pitcher. Now they're playing deep in the outfield, but they're not playing no doubles, even though a double could win the game.
Yeah, but you know, you got to play the chances. If you give up a base hit in front of you, the chance of you not giving up a run are tough too. So got to play more straight up.
Bird gets ahead of one and fouls it.
A little bit too quick, Marlon. He's jumping on this fastball. Right up and where he likes out over the plate. And look at it. I always love his expressions when he knows he's just either too quick or just did something to miss. And he knows that was a pitch to hit.
Fastball pulled foul. That's got to be the signs to throw over.
David with a very short lead.
Step off. That's what the sign was for.
44 step off.
Probably only learned that sign 3 hours ago, or maybe 4 hours ago now. Slide step, breaking pitch.
0-1 to Bird. And Marlon bounces it foul. 0-2. Bird was behind in the count in the 9th inning when he hit that double right off the top of the fence against Putz. And now finds himself behind in the count again with Josh Satin waiting on deck. Satin had the game tying hit in the ninth.
Again, slide step to trying to surprise him with a fastball away.
Struck him out. First career strikeout for Chaz Rowe. And that's the first out in the bottom of the 11th. They should take that ball out of play.
I mean, incredible poise.
Well, the other day, Gary, you can see the signs here. Ronnie, the pitcher, got the first pitch. He got his first strikeout. And then I forget what else. What else did he get? Got 3 balls. Well, he had 2.
He got the hit.
That's right. He got a base hit. So he got 3 balls in one game. I never saw a pitcher take a first pitch out.
That was Tyler Jordan.
Yes.
Tyler Jordan, the starter for Washington on Saturday. Anyway, they did save the baseball for Rowe for his first strikeout. Now Satin bats with right at first and 1 out. And Josh takes a letter high strike. Satin 2 for 4. A walk, a double, and then the game tying single in the ninth to chase Bird home. Satin's batting average up to .389 through his first 36 at bats. And Josh bounces one slowly. Chavez has to wait for it and makes the play on Satin for the second out as Wright moves to second base.
A base hit away.
Well, Buck is the batter, but the pitcher's spot is due up behind him. Anthony Recker is the only position player left on the Mets bench. So do they want to go against Buck, who's been ice cold, or the guy who's cold off the bench, Recker? Well, they've already used everybody but Recker. So what choice do you make here?
It's a difficult choice right now, I think. I would go after Buck. If you fall behind, you don't have to make do or die 2-0 when you got an open base.
They had a similar spot in the ninth inning, and they wound up walking Buck, but that was with Lagares behind him.
They're going to walk him.
And they will, and face Recker instead. So Recker, who made his pitching debut yesterday, now has a chance for a walk-off hit in the bottom of the 11th today.
What would you want to do here, Ron?
I personally, if I was on the mound, would want to face Buck, but I totally understand the call because you're going to a guy who's been cold off the bench, and now cold off the bench 4 hours plus later.
Almost a wild pitch on the intentional walk. Nice hops for Montero.
The inability for pitchers in the major leagues to play catch is pretty alarming for me.
Tony Sipp, the left-hander, getting up in the Arizona bullpen because behind Recker is Omar Quintanilla, a left-hand hitter. Pitcher in the 7th spot in the batting order. Lagares was double switched out when Andrew Brown came in the game. And there's ball 4. Buck gets the intentional walk. 8 walks for Diamondback pitchers. 2 more aboard for the Mets. And now Recker. Now, I would say if there's a short wild pitch, John Buck shouldn't move.
He's not.
Remember, Buck was thrown out at second base with a run that meant nothing. He's got that same run that means nothing at first base here.
Well, you see the defense right there. They're going to play deep and back on the corner infield positions.
You can't play too deep, though. On a base hit, you've got to play where you're comfortable that you're going to have a play at the plate. David's got, of course, way above average speed.
Recker 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter, hitting 157 overall. 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the 11th. And Recker takes the breaking ball off the plate for ball 1. Now Anthony had some smiles yesterday, saving the bullpen, taking them out in the 9th inning, getting Terry Collins 3 outs to give his bullpen a better chance today, which they've taken advantage of. Now he's got a chance to send everybody home. 1-0 from Rowe. And Recker takes a slider off the plate, and it's 2-0. Well, if he walks Recker and loads the bases, you have to figure they're going to bring in Sipp to face Quintanilla. (2-0) to Recker, trying to get right home with the winning run. And Recker swings and misses at a fastball, 2-1.
Well, hitter's pitch. No fastball's coming. Swung right through it.
I guess Matt Harvey would be the Mets' next pinch hitter. He's got the batting gloves on. 2-1 to Recker. And Anthony watches low and away. A fastball kicked away by Montero, but not far enough for Wright to make a move. And it's 3-1.
Well, this is just like the 2-0 pitch. Fastball you got and swung through it. Same situation here on 3-1.
Chaz Rowe in his major league debut was able to pitch out of a jam in the 10th, trying to do the same in the 11th. Wright led off the inning with a walk. He's at second with 2 out. 3-1 to Anthony Recker. And Recker swings and fouls back the fastball, 3-2. Well, what that does is gives Wright an automatic start, so on just about any base hit to the outfield, there shouldn't be much of a play on him. Wright and Buck get set to run. Recker asking for time. Ready for his big moment. 3-2 coming from Chaz Rowe. And Recker watches outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So now the winning run is on third. You got the left-hand batter Quintanilla coming up. The lefty Sip has been throwing in the bullpen. Third walk of the inning for Chaz Rowe, and the 9th walk in the game for the Diamondbacks pitching staff. And Kirk Gibson appears ready to make the change. So Sip will come into the game to face Quintanilla with the bases loaded, 2 out in the bottom of the 11th inning, game tied at 3. We'll be right back to Citi Field. Sip, who's worked each of the last 3 days, but here he is coming into a big spot in the 11th inning.
Well, hasn't been great with inherited runners, was always a mainstay in that bullpen in Cleveland in the past 4 seasons. Last 3, 70, 69, and 63 appearances.
He came over to the Diamondbacks in that same 3-way deal that brought them Didi Gregorius from Cincinnati.
11 walks in those 23 innings, so it looks like he has a trouble with finding the dish.
He's a slider master.
Quintanilla has already had a big night, 3 for 4, including a triple and a walk. Bases loaded, 2 out. Right the winning run at third. 3-3 bottom of the 11th.
Interesting that Chavez is in at the corner.
So Quintanilla trying to end this game for the Mets.
3 hits already in his Oswego.
And Omar takes a slider high for ball 1.
Pressure all on the pitcher here.
Right, ready to be on his toes if a ball hits the dirt.
And Chavez continues to be on the cut of the grass at third base.
Quintanilla takes a strike. 1-1.
Quintanilla is like Tejada. You know, they're shortstops that play for the Mets that are smaller people, and I think everyone thinks they can run. But neither of them have great speed.
You're not going to bunt with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
Omar has never had a 4-hit game. This will be a heck of a time for his first. 1-1 for Tony Sipp. And Quintanilla takes a fastball strike. 1-2.
2 knee-high outside corner paints.
Well, he was probably listening to the scouting report you gave.
Yeah, he knows that he throws a lot of sliders, but Sipp knows he's a veteran. Bases are loaded. Can't get behind. Went right after Quintanilla.
So now Omar has to protect on 1-2. Here's the 1-2. In the turn, and Montero able to knock it down and keep right at third.
Wow. Sometimes you catch it. Sometimes the ball catches you.
Goodness. Used every available piece of equipment.
Look at this. How did you stop that?
This is quite the cliffhanger.
Or as Wes Westrom used to call them in the early days of the Mets, cliff dwellers. 2-2 to Quintanilla with the bases loaded. You have to figure Sipp does not want to go to a full count here. So maybe he'll get a fastball. He already looked at 2 fastballs for strikes. 2-2 to Quintanilla. Popped it up in foul ground. Goldschmidt coming over and just beyond his reach.
So all the Mets players on the bench were waving that ball foul.
They were all Carlton Fisk.
Yeah, the opposite Carlton Fisk. Get foul. Get foul. Boy, nice try by Goldschmidt.
Almost pulled a Mike Davis.
Some less than stellar reactions to that foul ball.
Again, the 2-2 to Quintanilla. And Omar rips it right to Goldschmidt's side, retired. Well, he hit it hard. But Goldschmidt right there to snag the line drive. And the Mets leave 3 more. That's 17 left on base in 11 innings. On to the 12th we go, tied at 3.
Ardsma coming in for the Mets. You see in 10 games he's been outstanding so far as the Mets are going through their bullpen, which has been outstanding tonight after replacing Sean Markham.
Mets have gotten 5 scoreless innings out of their bullpen. Bobby Parnell 6 up and 6 down in his 2 innings of work. Now the Mets have had an absurd number of chances in this game. 17 runners left on base in 11 innings. That says it all.
They don't even have Sean Markham for this game. He started it.
Well, yeah, Markham finished the 15-inning game in Miami. He finished the 20-inning game against Miami here. At least he participated tonight. Jason Kubel up for the second time, leads off in the 12th inning. Kubel came in when Gerardo Parra was hurt, trying to catch Omar Quintanella's triple back in the bottom of the 8th. Kubel struck out in his only at bat in the 9th against LaTroy Hawkins. David Ardsma continues to excel. He went an inning and a third yesterday, allowed no runs and no hits. Got helped out on a terrific play in right field by Marlon Byrd. There's a call strike. 1-2. Aaron Hill on deck, and then Paul Goldschmidt for the Diamondbacks as the Mets put on the full shift against Kubel. And he drives one into right center for a base hit. Eric Young charges it quickly, and Kubel stops at first base with a leadoff single. First time since the 7th inning that the Diamondbacks have gotten the leadoff man on. And now Aaron Hill, who has hit the ball hard all night long.
Well, if you bunt him, you're just going to walk Goldschmidt. So we'll see what they do.
Well, he's 3 for 4 tonight. The only time he was retired, it was on a diving catch by Lagares. I think he's swinging the bat. And the Mets not really looking for the bunt. And Hill takes a strike, 0-1.
Well, David's guarding the line so satin. I still think that, boy, no doubles, which is a conservative way to play it. But boy, lots of room in front of the outfielders.
And Hill lines one, just foul. 0-2. Oh. Aaron Hill has had 3 career at bats against David Ardsma. He's 3 for 3. Kind of like his night tonight.
I always look at it this way: due to make an out.
That's right.
The odds are against him, Gary.
That's definitely the power of positive thinking. You're like Norman Vincent Peale. Here's the 0-2, and he popped it up in foul ground, coming back as Buck for a look, but that's out of play.
Well, the Mets are in that precarious position they've been in a couple times this year. They have John Buck catching here in the 12th and no one behind him.
Recker's already been used as a pinch hitter. In fact, the Mets are out of bench players, which means that Matt Harvey would be your next pinch hitter if needed. Oh, 0-2 to Hill. Just missed. 1-2. Well, the Mets have used Edgin and Ardsma, Hawkins, Parnell, Torres. That leaves Brandon Lyon, who got cuffed around yesterday, and Scott Rice, who pitches every day but not yet today. Of course, if it goes on much longer, it'll be tomorrow. Here's the 1-2.
Good eye.
Slider off the plate. 2-2.
Good eye by Hill right there.
Remember, it is off the plate.
Yep.
You know, there was a time that Davey Johnson, in certain situations, but you can't do it with Recker, would keep his catcher in the game, whether at first base or the outfield. He did it with Kidd a couple times.
Fly ball left field. Brown is there. And back to first goes Kubel, 1 away.
Just got in enough.
Told you he was due, Gary. Just missed it, though. You're right.
So 1 out and 1 on, and now Paul Goldschmidt, who got this Game started with a 2-run homer in the first inning, his 20th of the year. Since then, 3 strikeouts and a fly ball, so he's 1 for 5 on the day. Kubel not a fast man at first. 1 out in the 12th inning. And a slider off the plate that he swings at. 0-1.
Some funny swings from Goldsmith.
He's got a peculiar swing, Ronnie, and a very stiff follow through. But it works for him, obviously.
Nothing and 2 to Goldschmidt. That's been one of the positive developments for David Aardsma, a guy who used to rely just his fastball and his splitter. That slider has become a very important pitch for him. Josh Colementer up again in the Arizona bullpen. Now Aardsma ahead 0-2, and did he get him to go? He did not. 1-2. The largest mosquito on Earth just came in our booth.
Really?
Yes. He's now deceased.
What?
You see Paul Goldschmidt's ranks.
It's just trying to hang out. You can't. Did you kill him?
I'll send him over to you next time. 1-2 from Aardsma to Goldschmidt. And he bounces it, and Kubel does not make the break.
Well, Buck backhanding that. Oh, it's late. He's been catching 12 innings. Those catchers in these extra inning games, I tell you.
Well, we're about to reach a milestone. David Aardsma is about to throw the 400th pitch of this game.
Oh, gee.
Still a long way from that 20-inning game.
It's making my arm sore.
2-2. Strike 3 call. Got him looking at the fastball. Goldschmidt has struck out for the 4th time tonight. An extra inning golden sombrero.
Oh, sitting on the slider. So we know now that he's a guess hitter. A guess hitting fool.
So now Miguel Montero, who is 0 for 4 and a walk. Montero 0 for 2 in his career against David Aardsma. Kubel, who had a leadoff single, still at first with 2 out. And it's on the inside corner, a strike, 0-1. The Mets have used 6 pitchers tonight. The Diamondbacks have used 7. Diamondbacks though have an extra arm in their bullpen because of the move they made today to bring up Chaz Rowe, who acquitted himself quite nicely in his major league debut and put a starter on the DL. Aardsma can't field it, but Quintanilla can. And the side retired. A leadoff single, a man left on. Andrew Brown will lead off in the bottom of the 12th, tied at 3. 11th, and he'll stay on for the 12th for Arizona. Came in with the bases loaded. Omar Quintanilla hit a bullet right at Paul Goldschmidt. They got the Diamondbacks out of the 11th inning. The Mets have left 17 runners on base tonight. Back on June the 8th, they had the 20-inning game against the Marlins. They left 22 on base in that game. And that's the only game they've left more runners on base this season than tonight. Andrew Brown was asked to sacrifice in his only plate appearance in the 10th. Did that successfully. I'm going to get our statistician Dave Freed to count the number of runners the Mets have left in scoring position tonight of the 17. It's got to be what? 11 or 12?
Double digits.
Crazy. It's not the first time the Mets have had a game like this either.
It's a shame. Quintanilla hit a bullet off Sip. I think Brown's ready for a walk-off, boys.
Oh, I just said that while you were out of the
you did?
I did. I didn't say it on the air, but now you did.
You know what? It gets late. You say silly things.
Well, not so silly. I'm sure Andrew Brown wouldn't think it was silly. Sip working on his 4th straight day. Well, exactly what Kirk Gibson had in mind. He keeps the ball away from Brown. 2-0. Eric Young on deck, then Daniel Murphy as the Mets bat at the bottom of the 12th. Mets played that 20-inning game against the Marlins. And remember, the next day they played a 10-inning game. This is their first extra inning game since then. Against the Diamondbacks team that is 9-2 in extra innings this year. Brown pops one up. Montero looking for it. Oh, might have been able to get to it.
Really?
But he didn't. The ball was, I'm not sure if it was playable, but it was certainly close to playable.
I think you'd have to go over that fence, but at least should have stayed with it. Maybe getting around all that stuff in the on-deck circle kind of stopped his way.
Definitely slowed him down.
Maybe it's 12 innings of behind the plate. You're right. I've never done it, so you haven't got any help out there either, you know.
2-1 to Brown. Fly ball, right field. Back goes Ross. He has plenty of room. 1 out. Well, they just issued the strangest medical report I've ever heard on Gerardo Parra. Here's exactly what they said. They said Gerardo Parra was removed from the game for precautionary reasons.
That's it?
That's all they said. Now, what does that mean?
That means that
something bad could have happened, but we don't know what it is.
Or just when they have those questions that they ask you when they think you might have had a concussion or something like that, right. Or maybe you got 4 out of 6 right.
Well, but then they should have said precautionary reasons because suspicion of possible concussion or something like that. That's about as uninformative a medical report as I've ever heard.
Very stealth today.
Here's Eric Young, 1 for 4 with a couple of walks, an RBI double back in the 8th. And hitting from his better side. This was Parra trying to run down Quintanilla's ball in the 8th.
What a heck of an effort. He had it just off the heel of his glove.
And then did a face plant right onto the warning track. And took him a while, but he was able to walk off under his own power. Bouncing away from Montero, who's taking a beating tonight. 1-1. The Diamondbacks 3 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. The Mets 3 runs, 13 hits, and no errors. Daniel Murphy waiting on deck. Mets have left 12 in scoring position in 11 innings. That's hard to do. Young fouls it at the plate. A ball and 2 strikes.
And unless something crazy happens with the Mets walking off with a 3-run home run or a grand slam or something, they're going to fail to score 5 more runs again here at home.
The 30th straight home game.
Well, it's official right now. This is the only game in baseball being played right now. All the other games are finals.
Played a rain-shortened game in Cincinnati. The Reds won at 8-1.
It's a short schedule tonight. Not every team's playing.
Line drive, base hit for Eric Young. So Young has his second hit of the night. He's on base for the 4th time. And the Mets have their 14th hit of the night.
Well, got
now Daniel Murphy.
Speed on the base. Murph. Right. Bird. Nice setup.
So what do you think? Try and steal a base here?
Well, I would think, he has not seen Sips move a lot. So you got to go by what you have in the book. Left-handed, it's tough.
Murphy 1 for 6 tonight. And Sip starts him off with a slider. 0-1.
Nice.
Josh Bowmenter has been up 3 times already. Up again.
This is the last man for Sip, that's for sure.
We got Wright and Bird, the 2 right-hand hitters behind Murphy. This is Sip's 4th batter. Young at first and 1 out. And Murphy fouls back the fastball. 0-2.
Impossible to run on Sip. Slide step, quick to the plate.
Young was caught stealing back in the 1st inning on what he thought was a balk by Wade Miley. Froze him in his tracks, and Goldschmidt tagged him out. Now it's 0-2 to Murphy. That sails high.
Well, he's got a real rushed delivery home, doesn't he?
He might be under a second.
He's great.
Sip will turn 30 years old next month. Came over from Cleveland his first year in the National League. 1-2. A good cut at that fastball. Still 1-2. The Yankees scored 7 runs in the last 2 innings to beat the Twins 10-4 and snap their 5-game losing streak. Robinson Cano hit 2 home runs in that game. Tampa Bay shut out Houston 12-0. Matt Moore now 11-3. Now Sip ahead on Murphy 1-2. And Murph fouls back the slider. Again, the 1-2 off the plate. 2-2.
Good eye, Murph.
Murphy began the day hitting just .239 against left-handers. And the Mets have faced so many lefties lately. They'll face another good one tomorrow night at Patrick Corbin. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming from Sip to Murphy. First time he's checked in on Young. He's not getting very far away.
Doesn't have much of a move. That's why he's so quick to the plate.
And Murphy goes down on the slider in the dirt for the 2nd out of the inning. First strikeout for Sip. And now David Wright will come to bat.
No, they went fishing.
Well, that's going to be all for Sip. Kirk Gibson's going to make a double switch. He's got Josh Colmenter in the bullpen. He'll be coming in to face Wright. And it looks like he's going to change catchers as well. Montero will come out and Will Nieves will come in behind the plate. So the Diamondbacks make a change. David Wright coming up. We'll be right back. Colementor goes into the 4 spot.
No, the past couple of seasons he's had 35 starts, but has found a better home in the bullpen, as you can tell by these outstanding numbers.
Now, he pitched an inning and 2/3 yesterday in Atlanta through 32 pitches. Another guy you can be certain Kirk Gibson wanted to stay away from today, but no choice now. He becomes the 8th pitcher of the night for the Diamondbacks. David Wright tonight has been on base 4 times, 2 singles, 2 walks. He's driven in a run, officially 2 for 4.
Colementor throws the most unusual over-the-top fastball, slow curve, and changeup.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, he grew up throwing tomahawks, which is how he learned to throw this way. Don't know why he grew up throwing tomahawks, but up in Michigan, Homer, Michigan, where he's from, it's like a big thing. And he bounces that first one. Ball 1. Really should be pitching for the Braves, shouldn't he?
Yes, right. Reaches to the sky to try to get that angle.
Well, Sip was so quick to the plate. Colementor not quite as quick, and a good rip by Wright, but he fouled it back 1-1.
Well, here's your pitch to hit right down the middle. They've had a vicious cut. He's got 2 home runs off him. How about making it 3?
One and one to David Wright. And Colementor looking young back.
You know, Fernando Rodney for Tampa Bay, when he saves a game, he points to the sky like Orion. Well, Colementor does that on every pitch before he throws.
That's the next pinch hitter for the Mets right there.
He's ready.
Terry Collins has used his bench and the entire bench in this Wago.
Mets were down 3-0. They got a run in the 7th, a run in the 8th, and a run in the 9th to get even. And now another opportunity here in the 12th, having already left 17 runners on base. 1-1 to David Wright. And time asks for it. Colementor throws over twice, now holds the ball. Concerned about Young at first base. Maybe more concerned about throwing the pitch to the plate.
Colementor full stall.
And David hits it in the air to shallow center. Racing in is Pollock, and he's there. And on we go. Well, David Wright flies out to end the bottom of the 12th. Not very happy. Why, is there a ball dropping tonight?
There we go.
It's July 1st, not January 1st. Cody Ross leads off in the 13th inning against David Arnsma, who begins his second inning of relief. Ross 1 for 4, doubled off the glove of Eric Young in the 6th inning. And he hits a long drive deep left field. Back goes Andrew Brown, looking up, and it's out of here. Cody Ross gives the Diamondbacks the lead in the 13th inning with his 4th home run of the year. It's 4-3 Arizona, the first run against the Mets bullpen tonight after 6 scoreless innings.
Well, the way it's going, will it hold up? And here you go. Fastball down and in. And Ross knew he hit it. He knew he had it.
Pulled a little Tom Wallace there with the flip. But a moonshot.
And a first place team right there, very happy with that.
First place team that has been struggling for wins. 6 losses in their last 7 games. They let a 3-0 lead get away today. But now they've got the lead in the 13th inning.
What'd you say they are in extra innings? 9-2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Eric Chavez 1 for 5 tonight. A ball and 2 strikes to him. Well, in the bottom of the 13th inning, the Mets will have Bird, Satin, and Buck due up, with the pitcher's spot due up 4th in the inning, and the Mets out of position players on the bench. So that's something to keep in mind. Means Matt Harvey might have a bat in his hand before this game is over.
It's the only thing he hasn't done this year. Get a base hit to win in extras.
Could happen that way. Chavez retired, 1 out in the 13th. Well, he's been ready for about 3 innings now. He's had those batting gloves on, the bat in his hand. He's going down to the cage now to take some swings. He knows what's ahead. He sees the batting order. Time to get ready for that pinch hit appearance.
It's a shame for the bullpen of the Mets. What a game they've had today. To home run there off Ardsma.
Torres, Edgin, Hawkins, Parnell, and then Ardsma holding scoreless for 6. Now A.J. Pollock takes a rip, 0-1. Pollock 1 for 5 tonight, doubled back in the 8th inning. Well, the question for the Diamondbacks is, can Colmenter get them through the bottom of the inning? Because there's nobody else up.
He's going to have to.
The only pitcher in that bullpen they haven't used is young Will Harris.
He's another guy they're trying to stay away from today.
And he's a guy that they see as having great upside, young pitcher, that they're probably going to stay away from. Pollock fouls it back. 1-2. So it's probably up to Colmenter to finish this game for Arizona. And again, 32 pitches yesterday, and had to work hard to get David Wright out in the bottom of the 12th, and he'll be asked to work through the 13th as well. So if Ardsma can keep this a 1-run game, the Mets might still have a chance in this one. Here's the 1-2, and Pollock wouldn't chase the slider. 2-2.
Gary, I find that the hardest thing for a manager, isn't it? That you know what's best for your player. You know he needs a day off, but you have a chance to win a game. What do you do? Go out and win it.
Win today and ask questions later.
Yeah.
Full count to Pollock with Didi Gregorius on deck. Well, the Mets have gone through 6 pitchers tonight. The Diamondbacks have used 8. Three and 2 to Pollock with 1 out, and that's ball 4. So the Diamondbacks looking for some insurance now. Have a 1-out base runner, and Gregorius coming up.
Pollock's got great speed at first base. Watch for him to try to steal. Getting the signs now.
Pollock has 6 steals and 8 tries. Gregorius tonight 1 for 4. He singled and scored back in the 2nd. That had been the last run for the Diamondbacks until Ross's home run leading off here in the 13th. They had gone scoreless for 10 straight innings. Now Gregorius takes off the plate for ball 1.
Well, the remaining faithful are here. This has been a very long Wago, and there are still some people here watching this ball game.
From last night into today, runner goes and fouled off. So Pollock was in motion.
It's a rookie mistake there by Gregorius, unless he had the hit and run on from his manager. It could have been. It could have been.
Well, it makes me think it was a stray steal, because you don't normally hit and run. You don't get a jump. You make sure you're not getting picked off. And Pollock had a great jump.
Matt Williams might have used up all his signs before the game. He has none left.
I got to believe John Buck is not going to play tomorrow's game. This has been a long evening for him behind the plate.
Well, that's probably so. He has caught every inning of Matt Harvey's start, so that is the more important game for him Wednesday night. Jeremy Hefner goes tomorrow night, or technically tonight.
Pollock with a feint to second base, so really feel like he's going.
Ardsman's already thrown 32 pitches in relief. Two and one to Gregorius, and he swings through the fastball. 2-2.
Nope.
There's the pregame performance.
Looks like three blind mice right there.
This is by far the most pitches Ardsma has thrown since the Mets brought him in. His previous high was 19 pitches. He's at 33 now. Runner goes, and again Gregorius fouls it off, and again Pollock had a pretty good jump, but this time with 2 strikes he had no choice but to swing. D. Gregorius, just 23 years old, born in the Netherlands when he was 4 years old. His family moved to the island of Curacao. Speaks 4 languages:
English, Spanish,
Dutch, and Papiamento,
yeah,
which is the native patois in the Netherlands Antilles. Line to short, caught by Quintanilla, no throw. As Pollock dives back to the bag, 2 out. Now Will Nieves will bat for the first time. The 35-year-old backup catcher came into the double switch in the top of the inning with Colmenter. And then the first pitch Colmenter threw. The first pitch Nieves was in the game. They have to go down in the dirt to block it.
Nieves has played for 10 years with 5 different teams. Was really a prospect when he first came up with the New York Yankees. And yesterday started the game. It was only his 242nd in 10 years.
It's a great job, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, if you can get it. You do have to change houses though, often.
Might as well rent.
Yeah, clean your own clothes. Don't even get dry cleaning. You never know.
Cut a deal with a hotel.
Nieves' first big league time came with San Diego 11 years ago. There goes Pollock, and it's bounced foul. So Pollock keeps running, and his teammates keep fouling him off.
No problem for him sleeping tonight, Pollock.
Well, Nieves' brother Melvin played in the big leagues. 7 years. Braves, Padres, Tigers, Reds. It's a switch-hitting outfielder, Melvin.
Yeah.
He was also a pretty big prospect when he first signed. One and one to Nieves, and Pollock has to go back. Just for reference, the most pitches Ardsman's ever thrown in a major league game was 60. That was back in 2006. Remember, he had Tommy John surgery and hip surgery. Missed most of last year. Ahead on Nieves now, 1-2. First meeting of the year between the Mets and the Diamondbacks, and they've liked it so much they've played for 5 hours.
Right on the nose, right? And there was rain in the forecast. This could have been a rain delayed Wago. It could have been deep into the night. It's been delayed, all right.
I wouldn't talk so fast. You never know. It's supposed to be rain off and on for the next 4 days. It could come any minute. Could you imagine? Hard's been trying to put the brakes on this top of the 13th inning. Give the Mets a shot in the bottom with Bird to lead off. Now a pitch out, but Pollock's not going this time. 2-2. When was the last time you saw the Mets pitch out?
Wow. Can't remember.
They don't ever pitch out.
I think that's usually a call by Bobby Guerin, who gives the signs to John Buck. It would have been the best 12-10 pitch out call of all time.
Bouncing ball for Wright to handle, and he throws out Nieves to end the inning. But the Diamondbacks take the lead at the top of the 13th inning. After 10 fruitless innings for the Diamondbacks, Cody Ross slams his 4th home run of the year, and the Diamondbacks will take a 4-3 lead into the bottom of the 13th. Buck due up if anybody gets on the pitcher's spot, which means probably Matt Harvey to pinch hit. Bird is 3 for 6 tonight, 2 singles and a double, facing Josh Colmenter, and he swings and misses nothing and 1. Colmenter came out and got the final out in the 12th, so he stands to be the winning pitcher. Trying to get his 5th win without a loss this year. He's been terrific out of that Diamondbacks bullpen as a long man, and here an extra inning man. And quickly ahead on Bird, 0-2.
Doesn't throw any harder than 87 or 88, but it looks firmer than that.
It's got to be deceptive with that motion delivery.
(0-2) coming to Bird, and he gets him on 3 pitches for the first out. Second straight time Bird has been fanned. Mets have now struck out 11 times tonight.
That's a 13th inning at bat right there by a 35-year-old outfielder.
Now Josh Satin, 2 for 5 tonight. A single and a double. He's driven in a run. Let's check in with Kevin.
Well, guys, we've talked a lot about Satton's stance the last couple of days and the adjustments that he's made. And I spoke with Terry Collins earlier, and he said, count me as one of them. When I saw Satton as the farm director, I didn't think what he did would certainly work, but a lot of perseverance for him. And the one thing, we talked about widening the stance, simplifying. He said the one thing I noticed, he used to do this funky thing and kind of roll over his hands as he came to the zone. He's cut that back a little bit. I think that has helped him a little bit there.
Well, the results speak for themselves. Josh has had a terrific run here, getting a chance to play every day for a couple of weeks.
Well, all the left-handed pitching has given him a chance to stay in the lineup. But you know what? You don't stay in the lineup unless you rake, and he's been raking.
John Buck on deck. Colementor behind 2-0, and Satton swinging 2-0 and fouls it back.
Big cut, nice cut.
Josh looking for his first big league home run. I'm sure it was on his mind.
I tell you, there was so much talk there for a while of when's the best time to bring Ike back and all that kind of stuff. It was almost, I don't know, just hard to take if you're a player on the bench, and he's made the most of it.
And Satton takes a fastball in the corner for a strike, 2-2.
Good strike right there. Knee high outside corner. There's Matt Harvey getting ready. He was in the hole, as they say in baseball parlance.
Mets need a base runner for Harvey to have a chance here in the 13th. Now Colementor's 2-2, and Satton pops it up in foul ground. Nieves comes back for a look, but that's into the seats.
Can't be a better time to get a foul ball right now, huh? Just got to have some speed, quickness, hurdling ability.
Or just be in the section by yourself. Mets have had 14 hits tonight. They've left 18 runners on base. 2-2 to Josh Satton. And he hits it to the gap in right center field, and that's down for a base hit. Knocked down by Ross. Heading for second is Satton, and he's in safely with his third hit of the night. Satton with his second double of the game, and the Mets have the tying run in scoring position.
Nice hitting again. Right up the middle. Beautifully done. He just continues to stroke that ball nicely.
I know you like to talk about the level swing. That's a nice level swing on a high fastball away, huh, Keith?
Yes, sir.
So another big night for Satton. 3 hits and a walk. And now John Buck, who's been walked his last 2 times up, but is 0 for 4. And if Colementor gets him out, then the game will be completely in the hands of Matt Harvey, who is out on deck to bat for the pitcher with the Mets out of position player. They're going to walk Buck. Boy, this is a strange move, considering how good a hitter Harvey is, and that there's only 1 out.
I agree.
Because now, even if they get Harvey, now you get Quintanilla to the plate with the tying and winning runs on base.
I don't get this.
And Buck has been a nice cold hitter. So, interesting strategy here by Kirk Gibson. And that really opens the door for the Mets. The Mets could win it with an extra base hit.
And you're right. You're also putting the go-ahead run on base.
Well,
and the chant of Harvey begins from the crowd. Well, Matt's first career pinch hitting appearance. The last Met pitcher to pinch hit was in 2011, John Neese, and he tripled. That was against the Marlins.
The one thing, though, Colementor is not a ground ball pitcher. So I know that your thought is walk Buck, who is an everyday player, get a pitcher up the bat, get a ball on the ground. Harvey might surprise you.
Well, Harvey's been the talk of New York since the beginning of the season. Imagine what would happen if he drove one in the gap here. They're not respecting him much in the outfield. They're not playing very deep.
And Eric Chavez in at the corner.
And he is squaring to bunt. And he pops it up foul, backing out of play. Wow. I don't agree with that either.
I don't agree either because, geez, you're worried about a double play ball?
Well, they're playing like you would play in the middle of a game. That's to get the bunt down. 2 runners in scoring position, even if they walk Quintanilla. Then you're going for the win with 2 outs.
Then you got Brown coming up.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you're doing. That's exactly what you do earlier in the game.
I don't think it's what you do here.
No.
I think you let him swing the bat. He's got 2 doubles this year.
Bunting.
Gets the bunt down. Goldschmidt will go to first with it. So now the tying run goes to third, and the winning run moves to second. So Terry Collins opts to have Harvey bunt and give Quintanilla the 1 shot, and we'll see whether he gets that shot or whether they hand it off to Andrew Brown. Now,
they're going to walk him.
Of course, if you walk him, now you put Colementor in a situation where a walk could force him the tying run.
Yeah, but he's a pro.
And you've also seen Quintanilla's at-bats tonight. They've all been good.
So they will walk him intentionally, and it'll be in the hands of Andrew Brown.
How many walks is this now? 11?
Well, 2 intentional walks in this inning. This will make 12.
12 walks, 15 hits, 3 points.
Well, the Mets have left 18 runners on base. If Brown doesn't get it done, that'll be 21 in 13 innings. They had 22 left on base in the 20-inning loss to the Marlins.
Neves almost threw that ball away.
There's ball 3. It was an interesting call by Kirk Gibson to put the winning run on base, and that winning run is now standing on second base. So a base hit could win it for New York. And Andrew Brown will get the opportunity. The Mets have had 19 at-bats with runners in scoring position tonight. 4 for 19. They got a run in the 7th, a run in the 8th, and a run in the 9th to tie. Cody Ross's home run in the 13th has untied it. And now Andrew Brown with a chance to tie it or win it for New York.
Good matchup for the Mets, though. Andrew Brown is a high ball, fastball hitter. That's what Colementor features also.
Brown has had 2 plate appearances tonight, a sacrifice and a fly ball. Mets have already had a walk-off grand slam this year.
First ball, fastball hit here.
And Brown fouls back that first pitch fastball, 0-1.
An orthodox pitch by Colementor. The Mets hitters have just been late on that fastball.
To Brown with the bases full, and he fouls back another fastball, and now the Mets are down to their final strike.
Good cut right there.
Little cut on that fastball by Colementor. Satton's got to be alive for a ball in the dirt.
Satton the tying run at third. Buck the potential winning run at second. But now Andrew Brown in an 0-2 hole.
And he lines one to left center field, a base hit, and the Mets are going to win it. Buck comes in with the winning run. Andrew Brown with a walk-off hit, and the Mets win it in the bottom of the 13th, 5-4. Long, the Mets waited for that big hit, and down to their final strike, Andrew Brown delivers.
Gibson's decision to walk John Buck.
Yep.
Terry Collins' decision to bunt Matt Harvey. They walked Quintanilla, and they brought up Andrew Brown, who's a great high ball, fastball hitter. He missed 2. He didn't miss the 3rd.
Well, I got the high fastball. Remember, ahead in the count, 0-2, a pitch to waste. Too much plate upstairs and a rope in the gap. And Ronnie, you said it. I mean, Kurt Gibson intentionally walking the winning run that wins the ball game intentionally. And I have to question that a bit.
Well, they always say you never put the winning run on base. Kirk Gibson, because Matt Harvey was coming up, decided to go against the book, and it ends up costing him. And Andrew Brown has his first career walk-off hit. The Mets have their 7th walk-off victory of the season as they take the opener of the series from Arizona in 13, 5-4. An exhausting game, a game in which the Mets left 20 runners on base, but they yank it out after Cody Ross's home run had given the Diamondbacks the lead in the top of the 13th. Andrew Brown with the 2-out, 2-strike, bases-loaded hit to win it for New York.
How about the major hitters? See the pitcher react here. Cole Mentor went exactly, hit the glove. The major players for the Mets on this evening and next morning: Satins, Lagares, Quintanilla, Brown.
Well, a thrilling win for New York after midnight, and the hero Andrew Brown is standing by with Kevin Burkhardt.
Well, we're officially into July 2nd, but how did your first walk-off winner feel for you?
It feels amazing.
What are you thinking as that inning is unfolding? Are you playing it out in your head there, Andrew?
Yeah, when Matt went up and got his bunt down and saw the open base with Omar, they were going to walk him, see what I could do. I hadn't got a hit yet, and coming off the bench, and he threw the pitch that I could get my barrel to.
I mean, you're a home run hitter by trade. Do you change your approach? Do you shorten your stroke at all on that at bat, knowing you just need a single?
No, not the first 2, and then once you get 2 strikes, yeah, you got to change it. But other than that, you swing for it.
Does this just feel good? I mean, so many chances you guys had today to get that big. Does it feel good, even though it took 5.5 hours to finally get it done?
Oh, yeah, it always feels good to get a big W.
What's that feeling like as this game's going on, just, sitting there waiting for you guys to try and win it?
It's nerve-wracking and annoying, and I'm just happy it's over.
What do you have to say to the people that are still here supporting you right now?
Thanks for staying around. Y'all are amazing.
Pretty good stuff. Congratulations on the win, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right, Gary, let's go back to you.
First career walk-off hit for Andrew Brown, and he did it with his back against the wall. David Aardsma pitched 2 innings, gave up the home run to Ross, but winds up with the win. Tonight's game summary brought to you by Astoria Federal Savings. Mets left 20 on base, but they win it in 13, 5-4. For every Mets win, the Mets Foundation is proud to contribute $2,500 to the Cats Women's Hospital and the Cats Institute for Women's Health. For more information, visit NorthShoreLIJ.com/KIWH. This win brings the total contribution so far this season to $82,500. A frustrating night for most of the night for the Mets, but it winds up a thrilling victory as the Mets beat the Diamondbacks in 13, 5-4. Later tonight, it's game 2 of the series. Jeremy Hefner on the mound against 9-0 Patrick Corbin. Our coverage begins Tuesday night on SNY at 6 o'clock. Andrew Brown sends the Mets home a winner. Now for Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling, Kevin Burkhardt, and our entire SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for WB Mason Post Game Live.